And he just came right after me, bro. Oh my god, bro. I can't believe that just happened. I can't believe he juked me like that, dude. Oh man, I'm embarrassed. I am low-key embarrassed, I'm not gonna lie. Why is this fight so hard?
For me. Anything. What's going on here? Is Dr. Crocker? I think you owe me an explanation. What happened here?
Listen, dude. Listen to me. Pressing the wrong things. That motherfucker just... What?
Mamma mia!
He just skipped through that? What? What? I call bullshit. Why is this not working? Oh shit. Really? Chat rules. I'm simping my shit out. I'm going mega simp, hard simp, left, right simp. I'm simping so hard. Nobody want to touch me. I don't fucking know. I'm not simping. I probably just got clipped, by the way. If not, I just gave you the idea to clip me, so there we go. No, we don't simp around here. Simping is not allowed. Oh, fuck off. How did I not get him?
Fight fair!
Yeah, I agree with you. Love you too, Strack. Thank you. Damn! Okay! Nah. Nah. I cannot. I have to be moral here. I have to be moral here. No, yes you do. Yes you do. Pay my dues. Wait, no. How's it go? I don't remember. Yeah, I did. Wait. Your alarm is... Oh no.
Oh, it's because they were closed, yeah.
Okay. I mean, why not? Let's just give it a shot. Oh! Oh, damn it. Did I spell it right? I did. Oh my god, damn it.
Yeah, my dumb ass is not gonna get it.
So, fun fact about mistletoe, it essentially translates to
of destiny. This will determine whether or not that boss fight was in vain. No! Yo, did I shoot you though? Alright, I did. Hey, this opens. Cool. Where does it open to? Okay, I don't need to go through here. Let's just... I guess... Whatever, bro. Yeah, no, you ain't hit me with that shock bullshit again. You dick. Listen here, monkey. There we go. Yo, bro, dog, where? Wait. Oh, he dead. Oh, he dead. Oh shit. What? I should get a trophy for that. I just found the invisible enemy in the game. 100 bucks. Ah, fuck, he got me with that. The one time he hits me... The one time he hits me with the fucking triple. That coin. Grab that as well. I don't know how I'm supposed to get 100 coins here. This seems like a really tough one for the 100 coins. There we go, baby. Now let's get these stupid coins over here. I'm in danger. Oh my god, I'm in danger. This is not going well. Boys, this is not going well at all. I might die. Yo, what? Did I kill you? Yeah, bitch, this what's up. You ain't gonna kill me. Not today. Nah, I didn't ruin it. I didn't ruin it. I didn't ruin it. I picked the exact number I needed. You know what I'm saying? Nah, fuck out of here. I didn't ruin that shit. I didn't ruin anything. I did it. I did the right thing. I did the right thing. I did the right thing. This guy's actually good. Look at that. He's got 82 pace. He's from Liverpool. I have a player from Liverpool in my team now. That's... I have Trent too. Like, this is... Oh.
Okay.
No.
What the fuck is it?
Stop it. It's not this.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh!
At first I was like, yo, is it really that? I'm like,
Marshall, how the fuck was this
oh.
cooked?
Coconut. Oh god, I just got away from that.
Let's see what you're made of.
Dude, even she dropped her posture disappointed that I died that way. That was a very disappointing way to die. Makes no sense. That actually landed. Holy shit. 9 times out of 10, that one doesn't land. Yes! Yes! Yo, this song is awesome. Holy crap, we did it! We just did it! Holy crap! First try! It's an awesome song. Go, European Extreme! Yeah, that's the only time I actually ended up doing it first try. Oh, what's going on, everyone? No, wrong screen. This screen. I meant this screen. Hey, come back here. Come back here. Bring it back. Alright, cool. What's good, everyone? Oh man, sorry. I'm so late, but you know what your boy did? Your boy did what he had to do. And he had to sit for a second and try to fix OBS to make it improved quality. And that is exactly what I did, and that is exactly what I'm hoping for in tonight's stream. I'm not gonna be testing it like crazy, of course. But like, regardless, we're gonna be seeing how it performs today. I still have some frame drops. Chrome is still slow-ish, but maybe it is a little better. Who knows? Hopefully you guys are good. I might do Minecraft a little later, but for now I want to play some React. I want to play some whatchamacallit. Excuse me. I want to play some what's that game I play, guys? Marble Snap. There we go. I want to play a little bit of Marble Snap. I want to grind. I want to show you guys the different decks I have now, cuz I have 4 decks now. Yeah, I've been really grinding. So yeah, I want to show you guys the 4 decks I have. Not my 4 dicks, my 4 decks. And we'll go from there. Oh man. I've had one crazy week. This whole month has just felt like fucking insanity. Oh man, from like work to like mental health to like not having time to go to the gym, it's just been crazy. And yeah, I've been managing it as best as possible, but it's not easy, so bear with me. What's going on, Hassan? How you doing, my friend? Yeah, I can't wait to show you guys the decks on Marble Snap. Hassan, I don't know if you've seen this game yet, but it's fun. You liked Hearthstone, so I think you like this one too. I'll show it a few. For now, let me just let me figure out. Do I want to like stream and react? I think I do want to stream and react. Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm gonna stream and react at the same time. But let's just make a queue. Let's make a queue and let's yeah, let's watch and react at the same time. Add to queue. Add to queue. I really made it so that my streaming YouTube channel is pretty nice, diverse options of things that I can watch for stream. Oh, I also have a playlist that I need to... Hold on. Let's go through the playlist, too. You play it! Oh, shit! Alright, well, everyone plays it now. I guess you could see my deck, then. Let's see... let's see. Where are my playlists? Oh, here it is. I'm drowning in the ocean of you and I. Oh, I have a big playlist here. Actually, hold on. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of this. Wait. Why can't I get rid of this? Oh, here it is. Add to queue. Why not? We'll add this to queue too. This is a little old though, but... Ooh, okay, I like this video. Alright, I got some videos for you guys. Alright, we're good, we're good. But yeah, guys, you already know. I don't have to say it, I'm on Patreon. You guys know how to support. Check out the music, check out all that jazz. You guys already know. 'Cause I'm drowning in the ocean of you and I. Alright, cool. Let's put this over... Yeah. Let's go over to the gaming section. Alright, cool. I might need to make this smaller for Marble Snap. Let's actually see. Let's see. Where is Snap? Here's Snap. Okay. So, I'm currently rank 42? 43? I think it's 42 because I dropped 2 from some bad games I had. But yeah, I think right now my best deck might be my movement deck. We'll see. I haven't played on PC in a hot minute, so I'm hoping now that I'm here and I can like focus on it and shit, like I can do a little better. What is this? Who messaged me on here? Oh, okay. Actually, yeah, hold on. Okay. Oh no! I'll pick that up later. Alright, boys. Let's see. Let me get this on stream. Let me see what it looks like, and I'll adjust if I need to adjust the size of this thing. Elgato. No, not Elgato capture. Just do stream capture. Snap. Boom. Here we go. You guys can kind of see. Alright, so let me just play a game and let's see how this looks. What is it blocking? It's just blocking my name, really. And kind of the field. Alright. Also, that's loud as fuck. 21. Let me see where I'm at with 21. That's not too bad. Okay. Alright, I do have to shrink this step back a little bit though. Just so you guys can see the field. I'm kind of in a pickle. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not. You guys will see why. By the way, Jubilee, absolutely broken. Play a 4 cost and then just pull out your strongest card possibly is fucking ridiculous ability. Give a player in each card +1. Okay. This thing is kind of a hindrance always sometimes. Fuck it. 3 and a 2. You got 5, bro. Let me kill my sentinel. Good for you. Good for you. Okay, let's minimize this a little bit. Oh, nope. I did it wrong. I did it wrong again. Oh, it automatically kind of shrinks it. Okay. That's good. Alright, I just needed to shrink it a little. Not too much. Because I don't think there's going to be much going on there. Okay. Alright, let's see if this works. Sorry, wrong area. This should get a big boost. We'll see. Woo! Yes, it worked. Nice. Okay, cool. That's awesome. That's very helpful. What do? My turn is next. If he has an action that plays, I might be able to, this isn't ongoing, this is on reveal. Actually, you know what? Get some girthiness in here. I am going to play this. I feel like this is the move. Wait, is this my on reveal deck? Why do I have 2 on reveal? Oh, that's because I just pulled. He's gonna drop the 1. I know what you have, dude. All right. Maybe this is what wins it for me. I think I win it. Oh, it was a draw. Okay, you don't get those very often. But yeah, you see, all you won't see is my name. That's it. So I think we'll be okay. Yeah, I think this is okay. It looks decent here. Maybe if I put it at the bottom. No, then you won't see my cards. Maybe. I don't know. All right, we'll just keep it like this. Should have gone left. If I went left, I would have lost. Yeah, because of that, it's whoever has the least power here wins. And he would have won it, so I would have lost. Yeah, but this can be a hindrance sometimes. It's kind of hit or miss. But I like it because when I play it, it makes the other player invest a lot into that lane, so I can focus on the other ones. So it's a good card in the sense that like you won't have to fucking you make the other opponent waste resources. Let me lower this and let's all right, let's do this. Sweet little girl, wait.
Anybody in this room know how to twerk? It's all in. And then you just move your bum up and down like that, and that's twerking.
Okay, hold on. Let's start this again. Wait till the end. This sweet little girl asked her mom to get
Now,
a
does
better view.
anybody in this room know how to twerk? It's all in. And then you just move your bum up and down like that, and that's twerking.
You can hear kids cooing. Why?
Wait! Okay. Oh, wowzer. Listen, okay, and that clip right there just fucked up my whole argument. That clip right there fucked up my whole argument. No, you're gonna have to give me a minute. You're gonna have to give me a minute because I was like, I don't really care if people dress up and shit and people are in drag and are just reading stories and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I don't care about that. That's not what I care for. Because it's not necessarily inherently sexual. Then you talk about twerking and the kids. And I'm like, shit, fuck. Okay, but yeah, preach. What's your problem? That's not where it's supposed to be. But what is your problem with people? It's just like, nah, B, there's ages for that.
True.
There's
I
certain
agree.
things that you don't want your kids to be exposed at a certain age.
Do I
And
want
the
this
twerking
Jubilee
part
card?
is not
Not really.
What is you doing?
I'm gonna say something that might surprise people. I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck that they're drag queens.
No.
Yeah, I don't
want
care either.
No grown adult teaching kids about fucking twerking in
Yeah.
schools. Forget that there was a drag queen running up on
It
crawl.
don't matter.
I don't even care. I wouldn't want a man.
Oh, I gotta
or a
destroy
woman
cards?
on all fours.
Okay.
Or
Booty
another
short.
kid.
What is happening?
No.
So before we continue, I did just say I want to show you guys my decks, right? So hold on. So I have 4 decks. One's called Always Go, the other called Odin Sama, Yum Yum, and Move It or Lose It. So Always Go is my ongoing deck. Just constantly ongoing. It mainly revolves around this guy. But I'm starting to think maybe I should fix it a little bit more. I'm not sure really. Like I wish this was another card. Sentinel is okay. This is kind of just like, since I'm doing ongoing, I can use this, and it kind of shuts down like an action deck, or it's a cool play to keep your opponent at a disadvantage. But at the same time, I'm not sure if it's very good. Ongoing. Since it revolves on this, maybe it'd be best to actually get this card in there to draw an extra card. Maybe. Actually, you know what? We'll play test that in a few. I could use. I don't really need Wolverine, so we could drop Wolverine, and I just add another 1+1. There we go. Now it's a little bit more balanced out. I kind of wish I had another 3, but these cards are just too good. This adds a card to. It lets me know what my opponent's gonna play. They're versatile. Around turn 4, if I have either of these, I can sway the game in whatever direction I kind of want to go. So like if it's Jubilee, like if I need an extra card in the field, or if I need just to pull something out of my ass because I don't have a 6 or any of my 5s yet, Jubilee, and it may or may not work out in my benefit. Moon Girl, because Moon Girl is fucking phenomenal with Devil Dinosaur. They go hand in hand, and now it works with this guy as well. So there's now more plays, which is awesome. And this one, because it's a fatty 6 and gives me an idea of what my opponent's going to play or what he's going to do, and that way I can also maneuver safely. And also it adds a card, so I keep the same amount of cards in my hand. Iron Man, because combined with Devil Dinosaur is fucking ridiculous, and you never know, and it's an ongoing ability. And then also this guy, because ongoing abilities. Yeah, and the main ongoing abilities I want to use is this. So usually he goes well with either of these, which is kind of an issue that I kind of have with it. I don't know if I'm better off with ongoing +2 power instead. Because I have... This is ongoing. This is ongoing. This is ongoing. Ongoing. Because it's like, if I want to repeat the ongoing abilities twice, the only ability I really want to repeat is just Devil Dinosaur and Iron Man. This is a useless... this is useful, but not really. So you could repeat this. There's no point in repeating this. No point in repeating him. It's only useful for these two, so it's a dead card in my hand sometimes. So I have to revamp this a little bit. I'll think about that, I guess. Leech on reveal. That's another... I have some new cards here I haven't even played with yet. But we'll see. We'll see. It's very possible I bring back Spectrum. I feel like Spectrum has a little bit more use in this deck than Onslaught. But we'll see. I mean, this combo is like a game. This wins games, so that is the other thing. So, alright, that's always go. Then there's Odin-sama, my on reveal deck, which I haven't played with yet. I have to play test this guy. But you have the Electra, easy card destroyer, or you can play it and you can completely fuck someone's fucking turn up at the right time. Just +1 maybe gives you an option to get something. Who knows? Yondu, because he can completely... He's a 1/2. It's a nice little 2-drop. And he can completely fuck up your opponent's fucking game. If he happens to draw a fucking 6 and he fucking destroys it, it's GG from there. So it could be a really early GG because of this guy. On reveal, +1 power. If he does that again, +2, like, you know, it's kind of usable. Scorpion, -1 power to the hand, which is awesome. In case there's a fucking stupid ass thing, land that I need to get rid of, and for randomness, maybe an advantage, it could change the game. Who knows? Because I don't have anyone better. But double power. Give other friendly cards +2 power, so +4 power. Depending on the situation. Jubilee, because why wouldn't I just have this? It's an amazing card to fucking just throw. This brings out Odin, or you could use that and fill the fucking field with another Odin card. Or another Spider Woman or something. It's fucking sick. For on reveal, for ongoing decks, could change side of the game. Hasn't really helped me too much, but who knows? It's also 4, not too bad. Haven't played with this yet. 5/7 beat stick with -1 power to all enemies. You put that in a crowd, you repeat it, -2. It could, yeah. So this deck is pretty awesome. I could use that. I don't like to take too many chances with my plays. I like to have more control. So, anything else here that I can actually potentially add to this deck that I did not think about? Hold on. I did have this at one point, but it's random, and I won't even get to use his ability with Odin, so it's no point. It's too weak. discard deck. I have to add that. Shang Tsung. Or not Shang Tsung, Shang-Chi. So I tried Shang-Chi, but the problem with Shang-Chi is that there's not many situations where you have to destroy a +9. But who knows? The meta, depending on what the current like big card is, could cause me to change it. So, okay. On reveal, have that happen twice. Who knows? For what reason? To be honest, maybe I get a dino from the other opponent. This I used to have it, but honestly, the -1 is kind of annoying. It's a good early play, but Hobgoblin, it goes to the other side, so I can't even use it. It's a good early deck strategy. Same thing with Gamora. It's just I really love Gamora, but it's just too. It's not reliable. It's too much of a guessing game. So, yeah, that's why I switched over to Spider Woman or Leech. I just think it's a lot easier. Remove all abilities. Yeah, this could also end games. It's crazy. So yeah, that's the on. This is the on reveal. Odin Sama. Yum Yum. This is the brand new one, guys. Yum Yum is Carnage. Carnage and a discard as well. So can I? Yeah, I can sign. Okay, so Nova, because with Carnage you destroy it, or with another card you destroy it. +1 power to all your cards in the field. It's fucking awesome. Angel, because you're gonna destroy shit, automatically comes out of your deck. Blade, because I'm gonna discard stuff. A 1/3 drop. Hopefully, ideally, you wanted to discard Apocalypse or a card that comes back to life once discarded, like a Wolverine. Morbius, because you're discarding cards all the time. He just gets +2 throughout the whole game, which is awesome. Bucky, you're discarding cards, or you're destroying cards. Why not? Carnage, because card destruction and +2 and really awesome advantage. Wolverine, because you're discarding and destroying things, and you just constantly use them as fodder. Why not? Yo, these 3D cards are actually really cool. Oh, shit. Okay. Lady Sif, because discards your highest card. Automatically discards Apocalypse. Beautiful. I just added him. We'll see. He'll be cool fodder, and we'll see what kind of plays we have with the 0-cost card on him. Deathlock, because he destroys as well. 3-drop, can destroy with Bucky Barnes or Nova. This is a huge beat stick, risky, but it could potentially discard what's his face. I really hope that when this is animated, like this is actually animated. That'd be sick. But yeah, a potential discard for Apocalypse. What's his face? Wolverine, and then Apocalypse, obviously. So, yeah. Oh, and Morbius. So yeah, I think this deck has a lot of good synergy in it. If there's more cards here, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think everything here is what I can make with the best I can make. No other extra discard effects that I can find here. I don't think so, at least. So yeah, I mean, everything is playable as hell too. And I only have the 6-drop, that's it. I've been waiting for you with a bottle. I've been waiting. Cool. That's that. Right? I don't think there's any other cards I would want to add here. I thought about adding Strong Guy. Maybe I'll add Strong Guy. But I don't know who to take out. That's the thing. So, like, maybe take out Angel. Maybe take out Deathlock. I don't really know. So it's one of those like we'll see. We'll see how Sabretooth plays out, and if he plays out cool. If he doesn't, if we end up not liking him, then we could try Strong Guy. Whew. Bear with me, guys. I'm tired. I'm always tired. All right, and then there's Move It or Lose It. This deck has been doing really well so far. I would need more cards for it though, and I wish I had more cards for it. But Iron Fist, stable. You as many movements cards as possible, stable. Iron Reveal, move card to play one left. I wish there was more ways to play with this, like maybe an Odin type of thing where you pick one card and it has its ability, its actions done again. But whatever. Obviously, Night Shift, movable. This because I can play around it. I can maneuver around it in this deck. It's perfect. So I don't have to worry about its effects. I can simply move cards into his section, all that kind of stuff. This guy, because he can win you games if you're fucking constantly moving Nightshade or whatever. Because when you move him, he multiplies, and it's kind of broken. It's kind of broken, depending on how we do it. But apparently, we don't have anything to destroy, so we can't use Nova. Otherwise, I would use Nova. But I have something else instead of Nova. Cloak, more movement, plus 4 attack. It's fucking crazy. For this kind of ability, both players, so yeah, both players can move cards to this location. Usually, unless it's a mirror match, it's not a big deal. And by the time this guy drops, I'm hoping I will have seen like something like a fucking Craven on the pitch, on the field. So anyways, so yeah, we continue. Wolf's Bane, because most lanes are always going to be full, so she's actually useful. Doctor Strange is kind of weird and kind of annoying with Ebony Maw. I'm not gonna lie. With Ebony Maw, he's kind of annoying because I end up dragging Ebony Maw often, and I don't want to drag Ebony Maw. I wish there was more control with this, but it has its uses. Early game, if I go Iron Fist, Multiple Man, Doctor Strange, it's usually a game. It's usually game. Because we also have Vulture. Vulture's really cool. Another combo with Doctor Strange or Iron Fist. When this card moves, +5 power. It's fucking sick ability. It combines really well with Craver or whatever his name is. Jubilee, because I think Jubilee's just splashable. Just bring out any card from my fucking deck. Blue Marble. I'm multiplying multiple things, like Multiple Man and all that shit. And then this guy, because holy shit, he has won me so many games by himself. When you have an opponent thinking they're winning one lane and all of a sudden you just switch it up on them last minute, completely unexpectedly, you ruin their plan. It's crazy. It's crazy. So this card's actually really fucking epic. Oh shit, I didn't mean to take him out. But yeah, that's the deck, and those are the decks. Let's play a little, why not? And let's continue this react.
B. And people are clapping. Adults are sitting there in
43.
cognitive dissonance, sexualizing the child in a way that's so abnormal. This
Wait.
used to be racist
Alright,
stuff
whatever.
for adults in music videos.
Always
to do
go.
way
It
back
is
in
what
the
it
day.
is.
And even back then, it was y'all doing this to kids.
Nah, B, that's not it. That's not it.
Yeah,
This
no, it's not.
is a sickness.
Yes, it
Of
is.
the highest order.
You play a card here, add a copy. Drag Queen story time.
Who
Awesome.
wants to be a drag queen when they grow up?
Drag should be an all ages thing, and some people consider it provocative. It's not inappropriate.
I just
Nah.
9-year-old.
Nah. Nah. Absolutely not. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no. Cards in my hand cost 1 less, but that's so late in the game. Alright, but maybe, okay. Yeah, no! Absolutely fucking not, dude. That's fucking wild. I hope you land where I want you to land. I'll just do this. See what happens. Do you live? Oh, you both live. Awesome. Yeah, no. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like the sexualized part, that should be something that we just should not be up for discussion, right? The sexualization of kids, that we should not be that's not an argument. Like I don't give a fuck. That's not up for argument. That should not be something that we do. But I will say, wait, why do I have this card? Oh, random card. Okay. But what I will say, that's just weird. I don't know. Like exposing him to drag, I guess I don't have that much of a problem with. I just have a problem with them at a young age doing this kind of stuff. Adam Warlock. At the end of each turn, if you are winning this location, draw a card. Oh, word. Oh, Jesus. On reveal, if this card is your only card here, destroy all the locations. Oh, shit. Well, good thing that didn't work, huh? Alright, Jubilee. Give me something. Let's see what Jubilee gets me. Okay. Oh, shit! I did not mean to do that, but that works out perfectly. I totally forgot about that ability. Yo! Did you guys see what I just drew? Oh, this is a nice card. Holy shit, bro. I mean... what else am I supposed to do here? There's nothing else I can do. I guess I could do this to give myself more of a chance to win this zone, but I feel like I'm just... I don't know, like, I feel like I kind of won this game already. I guess... yeah. I don't know... yeah, my areas are so full right now. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it for the trophy. Why not? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, don't tell me he just destroyed the fucking... just the one. Hulkbuster, but Black Panther style? What? I think I won this. I'm just gonna snap. But I'm pretty sure I just won this. Pretty sure. Yeah, I won this. Oh shit, maybe not. I did? Maybe? Yeah, I still won this. Okay, wow. Sheesh! That was close. Okay, well. There we go, we won it. I don't know. Oh yeah, so I was saying, like, yeah, no, not about that. Sexualizing kids, I am 100% against. But them being exposed to drag and that kind of culture, I don't think that's a bad thing. I just don't think we should be pushing kids' decisions. I think we should just let them decide on their own as they grow up.
What the fuck am I?
Anyone can do drag. Everyone can do drag.
Bro, this shit's so fucking weird. This shit's so goddamn weird. Let's keep it a stack. I'm gonna say this: drag queens are not for kids. Drag shows are not for kids. The whole history and the concept at its roots are not for children. And y'all trying to sell this thing as if it is a fucking lie. And it's a weird one.
You know what? Can we pause for a second?
Yeah.
I went to my daughter's
Yum,
school
yum.
yesterday, and I had to pick her up. You know, she's 9. I had to pick her up from her pole dance class.
What? No, he's trolling.
Yeah, it's a good fitness program. You know, it helps with the strength and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
but that's just.
If you're taking pole dance
Ugh.
and you're removing the exporting
Ugh.
fact of the pole dance, you're gentrifying it. It's linked. Okay, let's not act like. No, it's not. It's not. It's not that. It's something else. It's that.
What
No,
in
it
the
is
hell
that.
has a drag queen ever done to make you have so much respect for them and admire them so much? Other than put on makeup and jump on the floor and writhe around and do sexual things on stage. I have absolutely no idea why you would want that to influence your child. Would you want a stripper or a star to influence your child?
Yo, a drag queen that's actually saying that is wild. That is wild. Based as fuck. Based as fuck. But still, wow, I would never have believed in a million years I would have heard a drag queen say that. But you know what? Listen, I don't know anything about these people. I got unlucky on that one. Oh well. I don't know anything about these people, okay? So, it is what it is. Oh, what a beautiful fucking draw. Let's go. Anyways, so yeah, it's like, I think I can. Let me not snap yet. So look, I don't want to judge. I think it's weird. It's not my thing. If that's what you want to do, then live your best life. I 100% agree that people should live their best lives. It is what it is. Okay. Just don't try to push that on my child. That's where I have an issue with it. But she's being base, which is fucking cool. So yeah, kudos to this lady. I'm gonna just drop Deathlock here because yeah, because get rid of this thing. Yeah, definitely get rid of that one. I'll lose Angel. It is what it is, but it's better than having the -2. Oh, now you want to fucking be in my hand? God damn it. Oh well. I'm not gonna try to win this area. I'll be waiting for you if I gotta. Okay, let's continue.
It makes no sense at all. A drag queen performs in a nightclub for adults.
Yeah.
There's a lot of filth that goes on, a lot of sexual stuff
Yes.
that goes on. We have already had a reputation of being pedophiles and being perverts and
Exactly.
deviants. We don't need you to bring
I didn't
your
know
children
that,
around.
but
So you keep your kids at home, or take them to Disneyland, or take them to Chuck E. Cheese.
Stop yelling.
Hold up. You can extend it to a lot of different lines.
yes, yo, this drag queen is a queen. Seriously, that's based. That is based. It's an already incredibly stigmatized part of society. You're only making it worse by doing it, having children involved with it, and it's not a child's thing to do. It's a highly sexualized activity. It's a highly sexualized thing. I just don't think it's a child's place to be. Oh fuck, I lost. It's a child's place to be. I didn't. I did lose. Yeah. Well, shit. All right. Well, we almost did it, boys. This is a very random deck. What the fuck is this deck? Carnage, and then all of a sudden you have Helmdall here. What is this deck? The only thing that makes sense is this, but why? What? It's just so random to me. It's such a what the fuck? I would never have expected a fucking Hemdoll to be dropped right there. That was fucking weird. But yeah, yo, kudos to that based ass drag queen. Seriously.
Will work.
Yeah.
That are quote unquote legal, but I still wouldn't want them.
True.
Y'all gonna
True.
do shows for escorts too? Like, what is
Yes.
what is it about a drag queen that you feel are fit to be educators? One. And two, even if it's just dumb education stuff that they do and that anybody can really teach, why do we need drag queens to do it? Is this some kind of initiative for what though? I don't even understand what the point of this kind of thing is. To make kids realize that drag queen. Why do kids need to realize that? Teach that shit when they older. We're not doing that for
I like
strippers.
this
We're
one
not doing
better.
that for a lot of other lines of work that are for adults only. Like, it's a very bizarre thing that I'm watching unfold in front of me.
Yeah.
Right? We're watching grown-ass men cosplay as women with these, like, ridiculous makeup and outfits, doing outfits that are hypersexualized. Okay?
Yes.
And we're sending them off. What a confusing fucking thing to witness. As a grown man, I watch this shit, I'm like, that's weird. Y'all doing that for kids?
Yeah, no.
And try to convince them it's cool?
That's not okay. That's not okay. Let the kids decide and find out on their own. That's
anyone
fine,
tell
but
me?
we're
I'm
teaching
curious.
kids
In
how
what
to
way
be
is this
sexual
educational at
at
any
that
point?
age is
Why
absolutely
do I need a
absurd.
drag queen to come teach us
No.
stuff? And
Why
guess
is
what?
this
Some of the
off?
content they teaching is a little bit sus
Alright,
too,
hold
but
on.
we won't even go to that. Why do we need this? Why is this good for the curriculum?
Exactly.
The vast majority of
How
U.S.
is this
adults,
dead? I thought I charged this thing.
including parents, say they
Fuck
don't
me.
want
I
their
gotta
kids
get
involved in these kinds of drag shows. So why is
I
the
gotta get the
education
USB
system pushing
extender.
this shit so hard? I'm really curious.
Stop relying on a portable battery
What
to
is,
charge my
what's the
shit.
sensibilization that they want to create? I don't know.
It's like going to a field trip in a brewery when you're 5.
Yeah.
Not going to a brewery. Nothing bad is gonna happen there. Technically, it's. I mean, they're not gonna drink, but they're gonna go to a brewery to see how we make beer. Why don't they do? It's not its place. It's not the time. It's not the place. Well, what do you mean? They're kids. They're under 18 and everything and stuff. It's chemistry. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but no, there's a reason why we don't do it.
Don't tell me I have a mirror match right
I
now.
want to go on a field trip on a
After each certain cards, you're losing -1 power. That's absurd.
Conservative folks
Sorry.
who feel like all this LGBTQ stuff is crazy. I don't even care.
It's not even that.
It's not I don't want straight people doing this. I don't want whatever else doing. I don't care. Whatever. I don't care. Why are y'all doing this with kids? And when you defend this stuff, you're like, no, this is fantastic. This is great. You look very suspicious.
True. True.
There was a thing that happened on the Ellen DeGeneres show.
Nicki Minaj?
With that kid. I was like...
And they were clapping.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That kid's role model is Nicki Minaj.
Sure.
Now, I understand, like, the whatever you call it.
The music or whatever.
And that kid was like, yeah, Nicki, and then baby, and Star Shit or Meant to Fly. She has other songs. When that kids go on YouTube and then go, yeah, and I know it's not Nicki's fault. Like, yeah, the parents should, whatever.
True.
Nicki's not a role model for kids.
True.
It's not a role model that I want for kids. It's a role model for other people, for other things, and I get that. For kids, that age, nah, I'm sorry, I'm not having it. No. She got other songs.
True.
Yes. An anaconda is not a snake.
But you got kids singing that shit.
Yeah.
So it's like, and then I know,
and I don't even think it's just that. Even the violent stuff, I don't think is great. I ain't fucking have my son, my kids trying to listen to drill all day. Are you crazy?
Yeah. Kid's gonna come to me like, yeah, Nardo Wick is my.
Bro, listen. I just want people to.
It's very strange. Very strange.
Aspect of it, I don't care. What do you think is right for children? Do you think these kids should be?
Damn, this guy got all the plays. Fuck me.
Do you guys think that? And for what reason would you think that's a good idea? So then try to tell me why this would be good. That's all I want to know. And if you can tell me, great.
And God bless him, but that's not it. Nardo Wick talking about, I take my drink or might be gay. Why? Because he's blowing niggas. That's crazy. That's a crazy.
That is crazy. Yeah, I don't like any of that stuff. Fuck that. The highest cost card.
Did you know?
Fuck
in
it.
the first draft of Mewtwo Strikes Back, Mew could talk. And it was actually kind of a jerk. In one of his Japanese blog posts we translated...
Oh, we're talking about legendary
writer
Pokemon in
Takeshi
this
Shudo
one.
said, there were lots of points where Mew told Mewtwo, after all, you're nothing but a copy. This triggered Mewtwo's inferiority complex and a burning hatred towards the original Pokemon.
It
These
gets
lines were meant to needle
Deathlock.
at Mewtwo and defend its ego. It was like a drama where they debated Mewtwo's
We'll see what
right to
happens.
exist.
I don't know
Mew's
where he's gonna play that
personality is
Apocalypse.
violent and unpredictable, and yet it looks innocent, cute somehow, and doesn't appear to be threatening. So in a way, it's both
Okay,
cruel
so he's
and
not gonna play in
effective
the middle.
for Mew to incessantly chip away at Mewtwo's
Oh, fuck
self-esteem.
me.
Shudo goes on to say they had a hard time making Mew's voice sound both
Wait,
innocent
what
and
just happened with
defensive,
that other
so
card?
they just changed it so Mew just flies around looking cute, saying its own name. But even though it can't talk in the final script, it's still just as much of a jerk. Shudo made that clear on his personal blog, saying, "I don't think Mew's lines in the first draft were wasted. What Mew wanted to say was,
he's gonna drop that either in the middle.
I can't tolerate the existence of copies made by humans. Both Mew and Mewtwo feel anger towards humans for creating a connection between them without their consent.
We'll see what happens here.
I think that first draft was necessary to make sure the director and staff understood.
I'm gonna win either
Pokemon's
side here.
motivations.
If he
So,
drops,
if you've been thinking of Mew
if he
as
drops
sweet
this,
and
I'm gonna
innocent,
snap
you
because I
thought
feel
wrong.
like I'm
That's
gonna
just
win
its
this.
soft exterior hiding a, quote, cruel, violent, and unpredictable personality. In
I
another
don't know how
blog
else he's
entry
gonna
we
win this.
translated, Shudo says the first Pokemon movie was
Wow.
originally planned as a follow-up to an anime
I did
episode
win.
he
There you
planned to
go.
write himself. That
But
would
what
have
happened that
established
turn? I
Mewtwo's
wish there was a way to
backstory
actually
and a
see what
confrontation against
happened.
Ash.
per
That's why
turn.
the movie's called Mewtwo Strikes Back. It's a revenge story for what happened in the TV show. That said, they actually came up with the name of the film before anything else. Shudo said, "According to the Japanese TV schedule,
one card got
Mewtwo
destroyed, I don't know
is supposed to
why.
have already appeared on TV by the time the film releases. He's supposed to have faced off with the anime protagonist once already.
True,
Maybe the
I remember that
protagonist
part.
even beat Mewtwo somehow. So let's make it a story about Mewtwo's revenge. One of the Star Wars movies was called The Empire Strikes Back, which Shudo thought sounded cool. So that's what they titled the first Pokemon movie. Pre-production was getting started, but soon after, a Porygon episode with flashing lights gave thousands of Japanese kids seizures in an incident now known as the Pokemon Shock, due to health.
Oh, that sucks. That's horrible. Oh, guys, here we go. Here we go. Let's hope for the best here. Also, how many tiers does this go for? Collector's cash? Yeah, we're getting close to a collector's cash. What is that? Can it say mystery cards or currency? Fuck. So I'm not even guaranteed a mystery card after a while. That sucks. I guess they would run out of cards eventually, right? Alright, we'll see. Ah, I feel like... Is it just me, or do they not have enough cards in this game? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this card. I don't think I'm its biggest fan.
Health concerns, the Pokemon anime got pulled off Japanese TV for 4 months, and by the time it returned to the airwaves, the writer's initial plans were so far behind schedule that the episode with Mewtwo's backstory never got made. To be clear, Mewtwo did appear in a few episodes that aired a few months after the movie came out, but these were not the episodes Shudo originally intended. That one never even got written, and the reason Mewtwo was striking back was changed from getting revenge on Ash to getting revenge on Mewtwo's creators.
Yo, this sounds weird in Japanese.
When Shudo was still in the early stages of writing the movie, the higher-ups at the studio hired Masachika.
By the way, who saw the movie? Because I saw the movie when I was a kid. I know this thing. I saw this movie. The one... If this was just a pure Carnage deck, then I would be all for adding Warmonger into this as Killmonger. But it's because it's not. I could kill Angel, I could kill Blade. And I don't want that. Alright, I don't think it's worth it. Alright, let's just continue.
Ichimura to play the voice of Mewtwo. Ichimura was the actor who played the Phantom of the Opera in the Japanese theater production, and Shudo was starstruck and super excited to hear he'd signed on to the film. With that in mind, he wrote Mewtwo to basically be a Pokemon version of the Phantom, having a dark past that leads him to isolate himself from society. Controlling, secretive, intelligent, and seen by the outside world as scary and evil, even though in his heart of hearts he's really just tortured by his own existence, and overwhelming sense of solitude. Shudo even gave Mewtwo a castle to mirror the Phantom's opera house. As Ichimura was getting in character to voice Mewtwo, he turned to Shudo and asked, "Mewtwo's character is the Phantom of the Opera, right?" Shudo nodded and whispered, "You're exactly like the Phantom of the Opera." Most fans outside Japan have never heard
That's
Ichimura's
interesting.
performance as Mewtwo, although it's really quite good and you should definitely check it out. But him being cast had a profound and lasting influence on the series, not just in the movie, but how fans around the world perceive Mewtwo to this day. With nothing but his appearance in Gen 1 to base the character on, Shudo could have very easily written Mewtwo as a comic book supervillain, or a monster who couldn't even talk. But thanks to the Phantom of the Opera and how it inspired Shudo, Mewtwo will always be known as dark, brooding, and isolated.
That's really cool because, yeah, that's one thing I noticed about Mewtwo. He's a very intelligent creature. Oh, fuck me. All cards there swap sides. God damn it. God damn it. Fuck me. At turn 3, destroy all cards here. Yo, I landed on the worst ones! What the fuck? Alright, fuck it. I deadass landed on the worst ones. He's getting my Wolverine and Angel's getting destroyed. Fuck me. And he has an Angel and he's about to pull it out, isn't he? No, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you play it there instead of here? What? Alright, my dude. Alright, my dude. Anyways. Let's gain some traction here. This one first for the effect, comes back. This one for the second effect. I think we can get something going. I'm gonna snap. Feeling really good about this now. I kind of wish I could move him, but it is what it is. We can still win this. Snap. Alright. He's back in my hand. Boom. Discard again. We gotta gain traction here. Something. Okay, he's won this lane. There's no way for me to win this lane. Now, this next turn... Fuck, he snapped. He just dropped the 5. Fuck, what is he gonna play? 6 and 16. Oh, I'm just short. 24. He's gonna either maintain winning this one, and I can try to win it back with this. He knows I have Apocalypse. Or he's gonna go for this. The only way I win is if I go for this one here. Ah, damn it. And that's if he's dumb enough to actually go for this. Depending on... you know what? No, I gotta retreat. Nope. There's no way I'm winning it. Fuck! Well, I only lost 2 at least. There's no way. He has something. And he's gonna land it here. The only way I win is if I take this and he doesn't go over 7. Fuck. So that deck was... my hand wasn't as good as I thought it was. Damn it. I started off really poor, to be fair. But that's really cool about Mewtwo. I heard it in English though, and in English I kind of had the same vibe.
Mewtwo's castle in Mewtwo Strikes Back, it's in a movie-exclusive location called New Island, but where exactly that is in the Pokemon world is never explained. However, some Japanese books published a couple years later featured a map of the Orange Islands, which revealed
I hate
New Island
opening with
is actually
Angel. It's the
southwest of
worst.
Cinnabar.
Stop giving me Angel as an
In
opening.
2020, a scientist named Yun Xiao discovered 3 new species of beetle in
Nice.
Australia. He named them Binburum articuno, Binburum moltres, and Binburum zapdos. We got in contact with Yoon to ask about them, and he told us, "I always feel it's nice to connect popular culture to biotaxonomy to raise awareness for conservation of the amazing diversity of our Earth's ecosystem. And I really appreciate the biodiversity of the Pokemon world, which is actually based on real-world diversity. When we identified 3 new species at one time, an idea of 3 legendary Pokemon who always appear in each generation came to mind. And as my first contact with Pokemon, the first generation's the one that left the deepest impression. That's why I chose these 3 birds. I won't say playing Pokemon is the only thing that inspired me to become a biotaxonomist, but it must have had an influence. Apparently these beetles were sitting in a museum since the 90s unidentified until Yoon discovered them. It's unknown where they were actually found in the wild.
Oh
so
shit, the same fucking...
beetles named after
It's a mirror
legendary
match,
Pokemon
fuck me.
are classified as habitat unknown. Their rarity was another reason Yoon named them after the bird trio. He told us they're, quote, as rare as legendary Pokemon. In fact, they're so rare that video of live specimens don't even exist. All there is this single photograph. We also want to point out that in red, blue, and green, all legendary birds had 8 toes, except Zapdos, who only had 6. But later on, it sprouted 2 more toes in a stealth update, making it equal with Articuno and Moltres. Speaking of early designs, the November 1996 issue of CoroCoro magazine was the first time Pokemon Blue was ever announced, and the magazine showed off some beta sprites that were planned to appear in blue, but ended up getting replaced at the last minute, including one for Mewtwo. We actually think it's a pretty big improvement over the Mewtwo sprite that did end up getting used, not only in Japanese Blue, but the versions of Red and Blue that released internationally. This unused blue sprite for Mew was discovered in a 2019 leak of prototype assets, but a couple even more interesting sprites were discovered in leaks dating back to Gen 2's development, revealing a couple early designs for Celebi. The first is pretty clearly modeled after the Native American fertility god Kokopelli, who's known for being a bit of a trickster. With origins dating back over 1,000 years, Kokopelli presided over childbirth and agriculture, and also represented the spirit of music, and playing his flute was said to chase away winter and usher in spring. While a little less obvious, the later Celebi appears Kokopelli-inspired as well, and displays a strong Native American motif. Game Freak never commented on these leaked sprites, but fans have speculated the designs were scrapped possibly to avoid controversy. Kokopelli was primarily a god of the Hopi tribe, who still exists today, but were mostly wiped out during colonization. And Game Freak might have realized that turning their god into a Pokemon wasn't the best idea.
Oh, might as well just do
this.
this.
Simply decided to take Celebi
Oh,
in a
25 chance of getting destroyed
Although
though.
they never talked about those beta sprites, Game Freak has talked a bit about Celebi's
oh boy,
I'm
gonna have to get lucky here. All right.
that they decided it would have a nature theme. Not much
pray,
else was
people.
officially
Let's pray.
explained until 2018, when an interview was posted on Game Freak's official YouTube channel. It's in Japanese, so we translated it into English. In the video, Hironobu Yoshida explains that he was a new Pokemon designer brought on for Gen 2, and his first task was creating Wobbuffet, Dunsparce, and Celebi. Presumably, Celebi's nature setting was part of the design specifications handed down to him. In the video, he says, "So when I got to work, I realized Celebi was at the bottom of the Pokédex list. I asked why that was, and they told me it was going to be a legendary Pokemon. It's the same as Mew. So I aimed to design a small, cute, fairy-like Pokemon like Mew. That's how Celebi came to be." Yoshida, Morimoto, and Uno go on to say that similar to the Mew under the truck rumors in Gen 1, after Gold and Silver launched, a new rumor started to spread, that Celebi could be found at the shrine in Ilex Forest. Shigeki Morimoto was the guy who added Mew into Gen 1, and he's known as a bit of a rascal. So everyone at Game Freak accused him of hiding Celebi at the shrine, saying, "You didn't add that in there, did you? What'd you do? What'd you do?" But Morimoto was innocent. It turned out the rumor was completely made up and they had no idea how it started. But then they thought, that's kind of interesting. So when they made Crystal a year later, they added an in-game event where you actually could catch Celebi at the Ilex Forest Shrine. So the mysterious fan rumor actually became a reality.
Oh, Crystal.
At this point, the interviewers realized
that's why
the
you get
shrine
Crystal.
literally had zero purpose in Gold and Silver, and ask, so why did it even exist? According to the developers, that's a question even they don't know the answer to, which just makes the Celebi rumor
Oh yeah! I forgot about that shrine.
セレビが出ると噂された祠は何のためにあったんですか？
あれは僕もちょっと調べたんですけど、誰も覚えてないらしいんです。なるほど。それこそ謎。それはそれですごい。
Yeah, there was that. I forgot about that little part. Oh
Next
god,
up, we've got Ho-Oh. Did you ever wonder why it appeared in the first episode of the anime years before?
Yes, I always wondered that.
In Japan? According to Takeshi Shudo, it was just marketing. Simple as that.
What?
In a couple blog posts he wrote, "When I started writing the script, I was informed that the second generation of Pokemon games was nearing completion. Some felt that Ho-Oh should be shown as a draw for the whole series, if
Ongoing
only
effects
for a
are
few
disabled
seconds,
here.
so the scene was added in." Over a year ago, we made a
What does
20-minute
that
video
cost?
entirely dedicated to
Okay.
Lugia, where we talked about how Shudo created Lugia and before it had a proper name, and was simply referred to as Pokemon X. After the video was already published, our friend Aleph sent us this early concept art made by Ken Sugimori, revealing it literally had an X on its belly
Lugia's my
early in
shit,
development,
bro.
which was shown off at the Pokemon the Movie XY exhibit in Tokyo in 2014. In our Lugia video, we also talked about some connections Lugia has with Ryujin, the Japanese god of the sea. One of y'all in the comments pointed out one more connection that we missed. In Pokemon X and Y, there's a small cave where you can find the legendary bird trio. In the English version, this cave is called the Sea Spirit's Den, but in Japanese, it's called Watatsumi's Den. Watatsumi is Ryujin. It's the same god, just by another name. The legendary bird found inside strengthens the cave's connection to Lugia, and also strengthens Lugia's connection to the Japanese god of the sea. And as we noted in our previous video, in the Japanese version of the second movie, Lugia is literally called, quote, the god of the sea. Now let's talk about the relationship between Ho-Oh and Lugia. You've probably already heard about their connection with the real-life temples in Japan. We already talked about that in a video about 6 years ago, so for today's video, we're just going to focus on all the opposing forces Ho-Oh and Lugia represent.
These aren't ongoing.
In a 2009 issue of Nintendo Dream magazine we translated, all the top developers sat down for an 8-page interview promoting the release of Heart Gold and Soul Silver. The interviewer said, "This one's a deep question about the world. So Groudon and Kyogre represent land and sea, Dialga and Palkia are time and space, and it seems like every legendary Pokemon has an exact opposite. Are Ho-Oh and Lugia opposites?" They reply,
I really want
"There's
to play
no
this, but
direct
if I lose
relationship
Carnage, I'm going to be
between Ho-Oh
annoyed.
and Lugia in the story, but as far as their motifs, they represent the sun and the moon, or day and night. That's how I picture them. Like light and shadow, the sky and the bottom of the sea, above and below. That's their meaning. So basically, they're opposites in the sense that they represent day and night and the sky and the sea.
Day and night.
That's pretty interesting in itself.
The lonely
but it's what
soldier
they said
seems to
next
see
that
his
piqued
mind
our
at night.
interest. Kenji Matsushima, who was game designer on Gold and Silver and the remakes, said, "When Ho-Oh and Lugia first appeared on Game Boy, they had time-related abilities. That idea remains unchanged in Heart Gold and Soul Silver." So what's he mean by time-related abilities? After all, it's Celebi who's the time-traveling Pokemon, not Ho-Oh and Lugia. Ho-Oh can learn Sunny Day and Lugia can learn Rain Dance, but those are really more weather-related, so that's probably not what they're talking about. Looking through their Gen 2 learn sets, there are two other attacks that stand out: Future Sight and Ancient Power. It's worth noting that in Japanese, Ancient Power translates more closely to Primeval Power, meaning not just ancient, but even older, the earliest stages in the history of the world. Future Sight and Ancient Power were both added in Gen 2, as was the concept of time itself, with Gold and Silver introducing a real-time clock and day-night cycle. Even more interesting, Celebi also learns Future Sight and Ancient Power, and all three Pokemon with these time-related abilities are grouped at the end of the Pokédex together. Lugia representing night, Ho-Oh representing day, and Celebi representing time travel. So the argument could be made that together all three legendaries comprise a sort of time trio. Gen 3's Weather Trio, Gen 4's Creation Trio, and Gen 5's Tau Trio also have a pair that are more closely linked, and a third Pokemon that's a little more of its own thing. Time Trio isn't a term currently in use by the fandom, and it doesn't even have a Bulbapedia page. But it's worth noting that even though the Weather, Creation, and Tau Trio do have Bulbapedia pages, none of those terms are actually official. They were all created by fans to refer to groups of Pokemon, so in that regard, the concept of a time trio is just as official as all the rest of them. Which is to say, not at all, but a fun and potentially useful method of categorization. Speaking of fan-made terms, let's move on to the legendary beasts, which even though it's not an official term, you probably know exactly which Pokemon we're talking about. There's been a long-standing argument between fans about whether they're legendary dogs or legendary cats. Their early sprites from Gold and Silver's 1997 Space World demo leaked online in 2018, showing much more dog-like designs. But they underwent some drastic changes over the next 2 years of development, resulting in 3 Pokemon that are almost unrecognizable as the same species. In 2012, their designer Muneo Saito shed some light on the famous cat versus dog question. In a Twitter thread we translated, art director Ken Sugimori said, "Let's try asking Muneo Saito, do Raikou, Entei, and Suicune have any animals they're based on? Like people say they're based on dogs or something." Saito replied, "At the time, I already had kind of a vision in my head for Entei. I was rolling that vision around in my head for a while, trying to figure out how to connect Sui-kun and Raiko's designs, but it wasn't really coming together. I'm a manga artist, so I tried approaching things from the perspective of character creation. I thought of the story behind the Pokemon and worked backwards from there to figure out what features they needed. So a king with a majestic
mysterious. I'm not
mustache
gonna
and a
know
rock-like
what it is.
body
Okay,
covered
whatever.
in thick hair and volcanic smoke rising from behind its head,
Nice.
Entei's design was taking shape.
I got another
it basically
Zabu.
looked like a lion,
Oh,
but I
wait.
didn't want it to look too
This
much
looks
like
a lot
any
better.
one animal. So
But
I
the other
settled
one's
on a
so much
silhouette
better.
that
Fuck
could look
me.
like
Oh,
either
well.
a dog or a cat or neither. After that, I settled on tiger-like and leopard-like designs for Raiko and Sui-kun. Sui-kun came together easily, but Raiko's design took a lot of twists and turns to get right. There was even a Blue Thunder version with a drum on its back. So basically, there are direct tiger and lion motifs, but the main idea is that they're designed to be spirits responsible for each element. Or rather, I aim to make them like distinguished gods. So there you go. They're based primarily on cats. Entei's a lion, Raiko's a tiger, and Sui-kun's a leopard. But Saito also said their silhouettes were made to look ambiguous, so there's still a little wiggle room for fans who don't want to believe they're cats. Although we should also note that 2022 is the year of the tiger in the Japanese zodiac, which is why Pokemon designers like Saya Saruta and Ken Sugimori tweeted out brand new Raiko artwork to celebrate New Year's. Because it's a tiger. Cats, guys. They're cats. We swear to God they're not dogs. In that thread, Muneo Saito also mentioned an earlier Raiko design, a Blue Thunder version with a drum on its back. Some YouTubers have claimed this Saito artwork is that early design, but that doesn't
That would have
appear
been
to be
so
true.
gross looking.
For one thing, there aren't any drums. Saito probably doesn't mean these kinds of drums, by the way. He's talking about the Japanese-style drums carried by Raijin, the Japanese god of thunder. And also, Saito responded to one of our tweets a few years ago, saying he actually made this artwork to promote a character design class he taught in 2014. This was the website that promoted his design class, and it also features Saito's artwork for a bipedal dragon, these jellyfish fruits, a popcorn family, and a psychedelic orchard. They're all interesting and possibly even inspired by unused concepts from his time working on Pokemon, but this doesn't appear to be the Blue Thunder Raiko he told Sugimori about. Blue Raiko's never been made public, not even in a leak, and doing so himself would put Saito in very, very hot water.
Okay, wait, we play with Yum Yum. Let's go back to Move It or Lose It. Also, let's see what the missions are.
To lay eyes on that long-lost legendary design. Moving on to Gen 3, you probably already know that Deoxys' design was inspired by DNA. In the Pokédex, it's even classified as the DNA Pokemon. But you might not have realized its 4 forms actually spell it out. The defense form, neutral form, attack form, and speed form. Together form an acronym for DNAs. In Gen 3, Deoxys can only be found on Birth Island, which is geographically isolated from other Sevi Islands. It's based on the real-life island of Minami Torishima, which is also geographically isolated, with the nearest Japanese island more than 700 miles away. A far-flung island with no inhabitants, it was claimed by the US government in 1889 because it was covered in guano, basically just poop, but valuable at the time for its use in fertilizers. The Japanese and American governments argued over who owned the tiny poop-covered islands for decades,
this is gonna work out with Bucky Barnes.
Its location became militarily strategic, so America bombed the crap out of it in World War II. The US took control of Minami Torishima soon after, but eventually decided they didn't really care about it after all, and gave it back to Japan. In 2015, the now deserted island mysteriously vanished off satellite images, with the Japanese Coast Guard saying, quote, "There is a possibility that the islet has been eroded by wind and snow and as a result, disappeared."
Oh, that's crazy.
Conspiracy theories spread that a government cover-up was in the works, maybe centered around military technology, but the island quickly reappeared soon after, making headlines for an even bigger reason. Huge deposits of rare earth minerals were discovered in the island's mud, which could be enough to supply the world for centuries. There's a good chance that someday the screen on your smartphone will be made from minerals on Minami Torishima, not to mention key components in hybrid cars and missile systems. In other words, the real-life home of Deoxys is one of the most mysterious and important islands on the entire planet. Ever wonder why Latias and Latios are psychic and dragon types? In our Lugia Origins video, we heard Shigeki Morimoto's explanation for why Lugia is half psychic instead of half water. Basically because psychic Pokemon were super powerful back in the early generations, so it was made psychic flying not for design or lore reasons, but just to make it strong. In a 2018 interview, Morimoto explained that's essentially
whoever's
the same
winning
reason
here draws 2
Latias and
cards.
Latios aren't flying types.
Oh,
saying,
might as well do
when we
this
were
then.
deciding
Fuck.
the types for them, we wanted to give them psychic type and dragon type
Nice.
to really express their strength. But once we did that, we looked at them and knew they needed to fly, but couldn't give them the flying type too.
Ooh, I just
so we
barely
ended up
won.
giving
Oh
them
my
the
God.
levitate ability instead. Rayquaza's got a pink tongue in all its official artwork, but early sprites actually depicted with a blue tongue. The blue tongue can be
Wow.
seen clearly in all the Gen 3 games, Pinball Ruby and Sapphire, and even Gen 4's beta, but after Diamond and Pearl hit store shelves, Rayquaza's blue tongue was never seen again. Here's what that official artwork would look like if it kept that early coloration. Again, on the topic of its color, a special shiny Rayquaza was released exclusively in Japan, Nobunaga's Rayquaza. Pokemon Conquest was a tactical
Nobunaga?
RPG spin-off released in 2012.
What the fuck?
with
I didn't know
feudal
about that.
warlord Nobunaga essentially acting as the game's villain.
What the fuck? They had one where they had Nobunaga as the villain? What? That's weird. To me, at least, it's weird. Why? Okay. Needed something, I guess. I guess they were hard pressed for content or something. That's wild. All right, let me get rid of this guy and let me put you there. I'm gonna snap because I'm feeling really good about what we're gonna do here. Please. Okay. Okay, we got Wolverine. That's not bad. And he landed on the right side. Alright, even better. Sheesh, these guys are getting strong, huh? I can still win, though, if I go on that side, I think. No, I can't. Never mind. It'd be 17. 1738. I mean, I'm gonna win regardless. Because on 4 and 4 would have been 8. I don't know how exactly he plans to win. Alright, we'll see what happens here. Okay. Touche. He got me there for 8. Damn. Damn. Okay, now I know that's a combo. How did he double this? How did he get 2 of them? Oh, Agent 13. Oh, wow, that's so lucky. It's really cool animated card, though, I'm not gonna lie. That's a good combo. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, I ranked down considerably because of that one. But yeah, Nobunaga, that's a weird, so random.
Conquer the Ransei region by force. In the last mission, he calls upon Black Rayquaza to serve as the game's final boss. To promote Pokemon Conquest's release in Japan, a Black Rayquaza with its original trainer identified as the Warlord Nobunaga was distributed over Wi-Fi, but only to Japanese copies of Black and White.
That's crazy.
We don't have much to say about Gen 3's other legendaries that hasn't been said before, so let's go ahead and move on to the generation most focused on its
The
legendaries.
Reggies or whatever the
According to the game's director, Junichi Masuda, I decided that Ultimate was the theme in the beginning of Gen 4's development. The key element was to create the storyline around the Pokemon in Sinnoh mythology. The relationship between all these Pokemon is the key element. I wanted to express the importance of the balance between substance, Dialga, the ruler of time, and Palkia, the ruler of space, and spirit, Uxie, Mesprit, Azelf. If the substance becomes too large, the balance of the spirit collapses. I wanted Dialga and Palkia to become counterparts for a sense of balance. Infinite time and infinite space. That, to me, is the ultimate. In another issue of Nintendo Dream Magazine, art director Ken Sugimori explains that Dialga and Palkia were created based on instructions from Masuda, and they went out of their way to make dragons that, unlike earlier designs like Dragonite, Salamence, and even Charizard, were a drastic departure from the conventional look of fantasy world dragons, which is why they don't look anything like the scaly lizards you'd see in Western or even Eastern mythology. To make Giratina's origin form and the distortion world, the developers borrowed a concept from Japanese culture. After directing Diamond and Pearl as the ultimate Pokemon games, Masuda felt they had to go even bigger for Platinum, so he instructed Platinum's director Takeshi Kawachimaru to use antimatter, and Sakasa Fuji as inspiration to create the distortion
not the card I
world.
wanted
Sakasa
discarded, but it
Fuji
is what it
translates
is.
to reversed Mount Fuji, and it's the concept of a reversed Mount Fuji, the reflection in the lake underneath, a distorted reflection of reality. Trying to explain it, Masuda said, "It exists, but it actually doesn't. It doesn't exist, but it does." That sort of thing. The mountain exists on the lake through human eyes, but it's only a reflection and doesn't exist. It's a diverse world. You see it only because you're looking at it with your own eyes. When designing Giratina's origin form, we paid meticulous attention to the character's details. Our designer redrew Giratina's image again and again to make it a Pokemon from the antimatter world. When Pokemon Legends Arceus released, fans were perplexed at the new origin forms for Dialga and Palkia, but they finally made sense when Japanese fans realized if you combine them with origin form Giratina, all three fit together to make Arceus. There's actually some lore about their origin forms that wasn't included in the game itself, but was published on the game's official website. For Palkia, it says, "They say that the very space in the world where origin form Palkia resides is in shreds, as if it had been torn to ribbons. And for Dialga, the flow of time is said to be in constant flux in the world where origin form Dialga resides, always moving in different directions and different speeds."
I don't know anything about these
Dialga
Pokemon.
also got a unique form never included in the mainline series, Primal Dialga, who only appeared in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time, Darkness, and Sky. In an alternate future timeline, the time gears are stolen from Dialga's home, the Temporal Tower, which strips Dialga of its powers of time control, along with its ability to express logic, reason, and even mercy. In other words, it's not as powerful as normal Dialga, but it makes up for it with mindless villainy, driven only by its primal instinct.
Nice.
Besides its unique lore attributes,
Not
it also
so nice.
differs in color. Primal Dialga was also the antagonist in the Blazing
That's
Exploration
crazy
Team
what he
manga
just did.
and made a brief appearance in the Beyond Time and Darkness anime special. But since he's only
still
been
winning,
seen in
though.
the PMD side series and not in over a decade,
And I
he's
have no
probably
cards.
not considered
Oh my
canon
God.
to the mainline franchise. And since we're already on the topic of non-canon legendary
Fuck it.
forms, let's
Draw
wrap up with a
and
couple
let's
more
hope
from the series'
what he
history. First
picks
announced in the
isn't
2015
the right
teaser
one.
trailer, Shadow Mewtwo was designed first
Actually,
and
this is a
foremost
win.
by Bandai
Never mind.
Namco, the developers of Pokken Tournament.
Yeah, fuck you.
But Game Freak and the Pokemon Company
Oh,
contributed
not
as
so
well.
fuck you.
After
Fuck
a
me.
plot device
God
called
damn
the
it.
Shadow Synergy Stone merges with and corrupts Mewtwo, it becomes Shadow Mewtwo.
Well, good thing
It
I didn't
flies
snap.
around the Ferrum region, draining Gaia to become even more powerful. Also, it can essentially Mega Evolve into its Mega X form, although the game doesn't call it that. According to Pokken's producer Masaaki Hoshino, when we were originally coming up with the design, we worked
Mega
very
Evolve was a
closely
really
with the
weird
Pokemon
concept,
Company
I'm
and
not gonna
Game
lie.
Freak to make sure everything was right. What happened was, we at Bandai Namco had the idea of making a really cool dark-colored Mewtwo, so we had one of our designers take a crack at it and then presented that to the Pokemon Company and Game Freak. They all thought it looked really cool, so then we worked together to brush it up. Because everyone really liked Shadow Mewtwo, I have a personal hope Game Freak will continue to use it, but it's not really our decision, unfortunately. Sadly for those designers, Shadow Mewtwo never appeared in any other games after Pokken Tournament, and when Polygon asked the Pokemon Company in 2016 if
Pokken
Shadow
Tournament?
Mewtwo was canon or not, they were met with a very non-committal reply, no comment. An even lesser-known variant is Fragment Mew. It was created by famous Japanese designer and
Fuck it,
musician
let's see what
Hiroshi
happens.
Fujiwara, in a partnership with the Pokemon Company they called the Thunderbolt Project. Fujiwara is famous for making streetwear fashion, so his Mew design was plastered on shirts, hoodies, hats, and turned into plushies. Even Mew's original creator, Shigeki Morimoto,
By the
was a
losing,
fan,
okay.
and appeared on Game Freak's official Japanese YouTube channel wearing a
Oh,
Fragment
goddamn
Mew
it.
t-shirt. That was actually the episode where
It's okay,
Morimoto
actually, never
explained
mind.
how he made Mew back in the 90s. Fragment Mew's official artwork was never released digitally, so we commissioned artist Rachel Briggs to trace the hoodie design for use in this video, and we'll post it on Twitter for folks who want to use it. Mew was kind of the project's mascot and got the most unique artwork, but a few other Pokemon appeared on Thunderbolt merchandise too, like Mewtwo, the Kanto starters, and Pikachu. You could say Thunderbolt Pokemon are sort of their own special variants, kinda like Shadow Pokemon. But even though they're officially licensed Pokemon products, they probably can't be considered canon.
You wanna
although
snap
they're
'cause of
certainly an
that?
interesting footnote in Pokemon history. Unfortunately, they're also incredibly rare pieces of history. A lot of them were sold at limited time pop-up shops in places like Japan and New York. So if you want to get your hands on one nowadays, you'll probably have to fight like a wild dog for it on eBay. Well, we're already about 30 minutes into this video, and we haven't even gotten halfway through the series, so we'll cover legendary Pokemon from Gen 5 onward in a future video. Subscribe if you don't want to miss it. If you're looking for
I don't
more
really
Pokemon
care for Gen
videos to
5
watch
Pokemon.
right now, click the video
I don't know
on
any
screen
Gen
for
5
a whole
Pokemon. At
hour
least
of
I don't think I
Pokemon
do.
facts. Special thanks to translators, the folks who helped us find these old Japanese magazines, and our proofreaders. Thanks for watching.
Well, that sucks. Yeah, no, I'm retreating.
Don't
Fuck
let
that.
Dragon Ball Super Superhero fool you. Gohan has always been a beast. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan is the culmination of the character build-up in Dragon Ball Z, and he is
Actually, I might
and
still be able to
always
win
will be a
this.
fan favorite. My favorite scene in the entirety of Dragon Ball Z, the Z portion, is Gohan turning Super Saiyan 2. It is iconic, but I have noticed that people have questions about some aspects of Gohan's
Let me get a beer,
Super
guys.
Saiyan 2 transformation.
Let me get a beer. I should do that. I've been wanting to get a beer for a minute now. Okay, what happened? I'm winning. Fuck, dude. I don't think I can win this. It depends if he misplays. No, I'm not in a position to win this one. Fuck me.
For example, what actually triggered it? Was it 16?
The glory,
speech?
Czech style
Was it
Pilsner. Let's
his
go.
friends being
I
in
love
danger?
Czech style
And
Pilsners,
why
man.
is it that Android 16's speech was so poignant for Gohan? What was it about that speech that connected Gohan to him and got him so riled up that when Cell stepped on him, that was the final straw? That was the final straw, though? A character that he wasn't really that connected to? What is the answer? What really went on
I don't think there's...
behind Super Saiyan 2 Gohan?
To be fair, I don't think there's that much depth into it. I don't think Akira really thinks too much. Look, as great and as successful as Dragon Ball was and all that, I don't think Akira is nearly as smart and as creative story-wise as people think he is. He's a great artist, and he made a great fantasy shonen type of thing, but when it comes to story, he's not it. He's not that guy. He's not that guy. I don't think there's much to it.
Gohan's transformation and the build up to it. We're answering all of these questions today, so stay tuned. I want to thank each and every one of you who picked up the Gohan Then, Now, and Forever t-shirt or merch line. This has been the most successful merch line I've put out in quite some time. Right now, it's still available. Then, Now, and Forever Beast Mode Classic t-shirt in various colors and sizes. Click the link in the description down below and get yours. And once again, I really appreciate everyone who's got one.
Little on the poppy side,
one, and if you already got
but
one, get another one for a friend or
it's not bad. It goes down
fellow
smooth.
Dragon Ball fan. And now, let's get to the video. To properly explain Super Saiyan 2 Gohan,
Alright,
you
let's
have to
go
go
with
back
the
to the
good
beginning.
Jack.
And I mean literally the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, which is not the beginning of the
lose it.
story. Obviously, Dragon Ball is the true beginning,
I think
but
this
the
has actually
beginning
been
of
helping us a
Gohan's
lot, this
story
deck.
is in Dragon Ball Z.
It is.
Gohan as a protagonist was introduced very different from Goku. Gohan was raised by his mother Chi-Chi and Goku during the first 4 years of his life in a peaceful world. Piccolo presumably didn't attack anybody during that time, and Raditz wouldn't show up until Gohan turned 4, so those early years were in peace. Meanwhile, Goku, on the other hand, had to grow up in the jungles after his grandfather died and had to learn to survive on his own. But Gohan was kind of a bratty, spoiled kid in comparison to Goku.
True.
Then along came Goku's brother Raditz appearing in the series and kidnapping Gohan, which would lead to Gohan bursting out of the space capsule and showing us from the very start that he had more potential, possibly, than any other character before him, including his own father. Gohan at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z was more powerful than Goku was at the end of Dragon Ball and at the beginning of Z as an adult. 4-year-old Gohan was stronger than Goku in his 20s at this point. That is impressive on its own. We find out soon after that the speculation behind this hidden power from Nappa and Vegeta's conversation in space is that they believe that the Saiyan-human hybrids have this strange ability to unlock their powers at a younger age and have higher potential. Now, the way this works is not explicitly explained in the series, and Toriyama would,
see what I mean?
much
This deck is
later
awesome.
on,
Yeah, I just got
introduce
lucky on
the
that.
concept of S-cells and things of that nature to try to explain that. If you want more information on that, check out my transformation guide on Super Saiyan, because I go into that in detail. And don't forget to check out my transformation guide on Super Saiyan 2. This video is a companion piece to that because it focuses on Gohan.
This deck is so versatile.
You'll
I
learn
love
more
it.
about the actual form and stuff like that in that video. That one's more of a generalization. This one's more focused on Gohan, but I digress. So Gohan, from the start, had an incredible power, and then once Goku died, Piccolo took it upon himself to train him, and Piccolo trained him up to be a warrior. And as the series began to progress into the late Vegeta saga, into the Namek arc, Gohan kind of started coming into his own, being more brave and confident in his fighting abilities. But Goku was always there to protect him when he could be. Raditz kidnapped Gohan, and Goku went to go save him. On planet Namek, Goku arrived not just to help get the Dragon Balls to resurrect his friends and to, of course, fight Frieza because Goku wanted to do that selfishly, but to protect his son and his best friend. Now, there's a few times in the series where Goku does try his best to protect Gohan. And when we go into the Android and Cell saga, Goku spends an entire year with Gohan in the Room of Spirit and Time. But don't forget, prior to that, Goku spent 3 years training with Gohan in preparation for the arrival of the android. So there was a lot of bonding between Goku and Gohan during this time, but it wasn't until the 1 year in the Room of Spirit and Time during the Cell saga that Goku really saw what Gohan was truly capable of. Goku saw more of Gohan's true abilities than Gohan even did, which I discussed in a video I put out a couple years ago where I went into how strong Gohan was in the Cell games, which again is a companion.
Telling you, man, this
to
deck is great.
Video. If you watch all these videos together, you'll get a complete picture of what led
Gohan's
to
a shit,
and
man.
how this entire transformation sequence and this incredible power worked. But once again, I digress. Goku bonded with Gohan in the Room of Spirit and Time much more than they had done before, and Goku was impressed like a soccer dad would be at a softball game. Well, I guess it would be a softball dad. You know what I mean. He was proud of his boy, and he also knew that deep down inside, Gohan had the power to defeat Cell. And in fact, Goku, even though he kept it to himself for the most part, he knew deep down inside that he was not strong enough to defeat Perfect Cell in the Cell games, but Gohan was another story. And that's what led to Goku fighting Cell and eventually tagging out and allowing Gohan to fight. Now, when this happened, he also gave Cell a Senzu, which has been one of the most controversial things Goku has done. A lot of folks nitpick this and don't like it because of the fact that Goku put his own son in danger, which
sorry, I didn't mean to run out of time.
Question, but you have to also understand that Goku was so confident in Gohan that he knew that this was the guy to do it. And Gohan didn't even know how strong he was himself, which is what led to the final beam struggle between Gohan and Cell when Goku urged Gohan to use his maximum power. Gohan did it, even with one arm, and was able to finally put away Cell. So I covered most of that stuff in even more detail in that video I did about Gohan's strength as Super Saiyan 2. So make sure you check that out. But I want to go back a bit to Gohan's transformation because a lot of people don't seem to understand what it was that triggered Gohan to become Super Saiyan 2. I've seen a lot of comments online about how the fact that it was 16 who got stepped on that led to Gohan turning Super Saiyan 2. And a lot of folks have wondered, why 16? Why was it 16 that triggered Gohan's incredible anger and transformation? Why wasn't it, you know, his father or Piccolo or somebody that Gohan cared about? Since when has Gohan had some kind of, you know, emotional connection to 16? As far as we saw in the manga and anime, these guys barely interacted, if ever. Now, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot does add some extra stuff and extra content where they do talk a bit more, but that's not really the answer here. What was it about 16's death that led to Gohan unleashing his true power? Well, in order to get the answer to that, you really have to look beneath the surface and dissect the characters of Gohan and 16.
This is what I mean.
Really find
the versatility with this card.
Give you the answer
you
right now.
Fucker.
After doing extensive research on both the manga, the anime, and other story notes.
He read me like a book there.
Right
God
now.
damn
Some of
it.
you already know this, some of you do not, but I think by the end of this video, you'll have complete clarity. This may seem obvious, but Goku and Gohan are different characters. Not just philosophically, not just in the way that their experiences in life have changed them, but biologically as well. Because Gohan is a half-breed and not a pureblood, his human side tends to have a much different emotional reaction to things than Goku. Obviously, Goku, he gets angry at things and he does care about people and he does want to do the right thing, but instinctually Goku is always the traditional martial artist, whereas Gohan just wants people to be safe and to be okay. And when we say people, we mean not just his family, but he wants everyone to be that way. However, if you threaten or hurt his loved ones, it tends to really piss him off. Remember, during the scene where 16 and Gohan are talking, the Cell Juniors are beating up not only his father, but everybody else. And they are too powerful for anyone to do anything at this point. And Cell is continuously taunting him, telling him that the Cell Juniors will soon finish them off if Gohan does not transform. Remember, Cell finds out that Gohan has a hidden power inside of him and he wants to exploit it because much like what Vegeta did when he found out that Cell could become perfect, he wants to challenge himself because he is the ultimate narcissist, not realizing that this was the biggest mistake of his life and led to him eventually being killed by the boy. Gohan's human side, being biologically infused into him, is what gives him a different kind of connection to people, but at the same time, is what allows him to draw from that connection into anger, into power. Goku can get angry and power up. We've even seen Vegeta do it a few times. In Gohan's case, though, his power is connected directly to his anger. And his anger is rooted in feeling helpless. Every time Gohan powers up, it's because he feels helpless. When Goku was in danger of being killed by Raditz, Gohan burst out of the pod because he didn't want his dad to die. When the battle with Vegeta was going on, Gohan got involved despite being afraid because not only was Piccolo killed, but his father and his friends were in danger after he witnessed other people get killed by Nappa. And then time and time again, it's always been because Gohan has thought about or witnessed his friends being hurt, which is literally how Goku tells him to go Super Saiyan, to think about the bad things and the things that make him angry because he knows that that is the trigger, even more so than purebloods. As was teased all the way back in DBZ episode 5, over 180 episodes or so before Gohan actually transformed into a Super Saiyan 2.
2 days,
when
22
you
hours.
combine
Oh my god, I'm way
Saiyan
ahead
and
schedule.
human DNA, you get astronomically higher levels of potential. You have to remember this. This is said specifically by Gohan himself right before Android 16's speech. He tells Cell that unlike his father, he does not like to fight, and that fighting is pointless. But he says that he doesn't want to kill or hurt anyone, and he doesn't even want to hurt somebody as terrible as Cell. This is all about Gohan being a compassionate human. It's not about the excitement of a martial arts fight like Goku or like the dick-waving contest that Vegeta would illustrate. Gohan doesn't like it. And he even tells Cell that he knows in the past that he can lose control. But the ever-curious Cell, with of course Vegeta's cells inside of him and part of his personality, continues to push the boy. The reason as to why I'm even bringing this up is because it does tie directly into 16. So, we've already established that Gohan cares about people and that he's not like his father, but he has a real rage problem when lives that he cares about are being threatened. Here is what's up with 16. I think a lot of people don't understand how brilliant this scene is. Android 16 and Gohan actually have a lot in common despite them not really being friends. 16 and Gohan both love nature and they want to protect innocent things. Yes, 16 was programmed to kill Goku, but he went against his own programming because his AI is a neural net learning computer. Gohan does not want to kill things either. So the philosophy here is that 16 tells Gohan that he needs to tap into his rage. He has to tap into his anger because it's not just about saving his friends. It's about saving everything. Everything is at risk here. 16 knows this. He knows that Cell is going to eventually destroy the planet, whether or not he admits it or not. He wanted to do it. He was probably going to do it after the Cell games anyways. And 16 is trying to explain to Gohan, some people just can't be talked out of being bad. Some people just cannot turn good. It's not in their nature.
That's his voice in Japanese?
And ultimately, Cell is a machine. So for him to turn good is going to require a hell of a lot of, honestly, psychology. But the dude's got cells of Vegeta and Frieza and King Cold. He's not a nice guy. But 16 tells Gohan to get angry, that he must get angry to preserve the peace and the pacifism that is Gohan. Gohan doesn't like to fight. So how do you avoid fighting? You beat up your opponent. You finish the fight. That's what 16's telling him. Dude, you don't want to fight? Then fucking finish this guy off and move on. In a nicer way, of course, I'm simplifying it for you guys, but I'm talking in layman's for you, but that's kind of how it works. And this is all part of Toriyama's writing style in this arc. This is a hybrid of both Buddhism and Darwinism philosophies, which are contradictory ideas where one enforces peace and the other one ensures violence as necessary for survival. So in this scene, Toriyama plays with both ideologies. And this creates what I guess you can call a sort of philosophical clashing of ideology that somehow works because they're polar opposites. And this is a metaphor for humans and Saiyans being two different creatures, two different biological species.
No. I think I'm better off just doing this.
And Gohan happens to be both. This is what happens when you mix alien DNA with human DNA. If you're into that kind of stuff, those conspiracy theories and whatnot, that science fiction, that's literally what this is encompassed into Gohan's body. When Cell stepped on 16's head, it's metaphorically Cell stepping on everything that Gohan believes in. It's literally like Cell is stepping on the entire planet, stepping on his father's neck, among others. And Gohan just has had enough. It's been built up for so long, not just with the danger that's going on with the Cell Juniors, but what 16 said, and that is ultimately what leads to Gohan figuring out that, yeah, I have to let go. I have to let go. However, there is a drawback. One of the problems with Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, is that he makes a critical error. He dominates Cell, completely embarrasses him, but doesn't finish him off.
Yep.
Piccolo and Goku are both urging Gohan to do so because of how dangerous Cell is. For once, Goku is not giving Cell the benefit of the doubt, and he's not trying to spare him like he even did people like Frieza and other characters. Here, he's telling Gohan, alright, finish this because we don't know what he's capable of. And then guess what happens? Gohan gets too cocky and too overconfident, and it winds up costing him his father's life because of the fact that Cell, after reverting to his second form, balloons up and threatens to blow himself up and the Earth with him, which would lead to Goku's sacrifice. Gohan took too long to finish off Cell. Why? What happened was the unfortunate circumstance of Gohan feeling this power is that it ignited the Saiyan side of him. Gohan was completely lost, not only in his rage, but also in the fact that he felt like he was too much for Cell and that there was nothing Cell could do. This is a very similar decision to something Vegeta would do. Now, why is that? Gohan does have Saiyan cells, and the more he powers up, the more he taps into the beast side of him, the more he becomes like a Saiyan. It's there. It's ignited. Think about it like this. Gohan the scholar, when he's reading up on bugs and studying, nature, that Gohan is the human side. The Saiyan side is the one that fights and the one that gets angry and the one that loses control of himself and makes bad decisions. But his power is still there. And it's ultimately mirrored even in Dragon Ball Superhero because we see both sides of Gohan in that film. It's a very interesting situation with Gohan's character because he's always been like this, and it's something Toriyama has played with, and it makes him different than Goku. And I like that. I like it. It makes him more interesting. So hopefully now that you've watched this video, you understand Gohan a bit more. You know the story of Super Saiyan 2 Gohan and why it's different than, say, Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, which I did do a video on that. And why 16's speech resonated with Gohan so much as to make him lose control and find his true power. Take care, and thanks for watching.
Shit. No, I'd rather bring this here. Okay. Okay, I think I can win this. Oh, fuck. Okay, maybe not. What is that? Hold on. I'm not gonna continue this. Let me put some music on. Okay, because I'm gonna wait until I'm done with this to watch that. I'm not sure what to do here. Okay. How do I win this? Maintain this. This is ongoing though. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna lose. Actually, maybe not. I don't know. Alright, fuck it. Let's go. Yeah, I lost. Maybe. Ah! I don't know how I would have won that. That was a really weird one for me. Damn. He fucked me up with this and a few other things. Fuck. Oops. Yeah, I misplayed on that one. Alright, hold on. Before music stop. I need to see this.
Prepare yourself, Tense. The official trailer for Dragon Ball Deliverance Episode 4 has finally dropped,
Oh,
guys.
what?
This is not a
Episode
drill.
4?
Dragon Ball Deliverance is around the corner, and I've been waiting for this trailer specifically because the teaser has teased us a little bit about the Namekian culture, about the Namekian race, about their history, about what happened to them. And so I want to see if this trailer is going to go down that same path. Let's go ahead and jump right in and
Okay, Google. What is Dragon Ball Deliverance?
According to TV Tropes, Dragon Ball Deliverance is a fan-made web animated series based off Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball series released on YouTube and created by the notorious Luke.
Maybe we'll watch that on Patreon one day. Who knows? Interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. Wait, let me text back my band.
see exactly what the notorious Luke and his team have to offer us.
Jesus.
For you to learn who they are, Piccolo, you must learn the history of our people. I will show you everything.
This? Namek? How is that possible?
You seem surprised.
Excuse me? Are they doing CGI
Oh my
mixed
God.
with animation, with anime, but not having the characters be anime? This is one of my favorite utilizations of CGI when it comes to anime, when
Interested.
everything else in certain shots is CGI, but the
Oh,
characters
okay.
are not. And that's not to say that sometimes CGI, full CGI movie can't be good, but more often than not, we get a, say, the new Berserk over Dragon Ball Super Superhero.
Oh,
So
please
I
don't
gotta
give me
give
the
it
new
to them.
Berserk.
This is something unexpected, and having it tied in with a society of Namekians that is extremely advanced. We're talking space age technology, a hidden civilization that is completely
so cool.
or has been completely decimated into the villages that we see in Dragon Ball Z's timeline. This is giving me goosebumps.
Namek was ahead of its time, more advanced than all other civilizations, defying the laws of nature.
Interesting.
But we have created a terrible curse. If word spreads of the existence of the Dragon Balls, Namek will become a target to anyone seeking a wish.
Tycho,
Oh,
you've
true.
proven to be unpredictable, dangerous, and your actions have become irredeemable.
We have a wayward general, a wayward vicious Namekian in the vein of Slug and King Piccolo, essentially their version of King Piccolo. It almost seems like this guy is a fusion of both characters, and the crux of everything, which is exactly what I said during the teaser, and I completely predicted this, is the Dragon Balls. That is going to be the doom of old Namekians and their race. Either the Dragon Balls end up destroying their society, or the Namekians themselves destroy themselves over the Dragon Balls.
I once defended you in court. I will not do so again.
You're missing the big picture. I dedicate my life to Namek. My actions. Silence.
And so here we have a little bit more the Namekian Civil War, and it means that they are fighting, even in those crowds, over the utilage of the Dragon Ball. Should they make themselves even greater? More than likely, a war between how to use them. Should they enhance themselves or destroy other races with the Dragon Balls, or should they keep them secret, keep them locked up only for emergencies? How they use the Dragon Balls is what this war is going to be about.
I think I got a plan. Let's aim for his head. Right.
No chance! The fighting will never stop. We cannot keep going like this.
Very well. I'll do it. I will elevate Namek into the greatest planet this universe has ever seen.
Don't do this, Daiko.
So last shot. This doesn't work.
Yeah, I know. Let's do this. It is no coincidence that the essential trailer is a mix of the Namekian Civil War with this warmonger Daiko.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually want to watch this. This shit actually looks fire. And it's not badly animated. Obviously, it's not original Dragon Ball, but it's not badly animated. It might actually be a good show. Because the one thing that I miss from Dragon Ball is that it used to be really dark. And it's not dark anymore. It's very kid friendly nowadays. It used to be like edgy and dark back in the day. Dragon Ball Z was like dark. It had dark moments. People died. People lost their limbs and shit. Like Piccolo, for example. And what's his face? Tien. Tien lost his arms and stuff. In the very beginning of Dragon Ball Z, it was like very like graphic. It had its graphic moments. Now it just stopped doing that. So interesting.
Basically going against the Namekian race and initiating this war, this civil war, and the destruction of the Namekians, but it is also tied in with Gotenks' fight after he initially loses his eye and he loses the fusion. Going back to Goten and Trunks, you have two halves of the same person trying to face off against this monster coming together. So the entire vibe of this whole trailer is two sides of the same coin. Two Namekian factions, but they're all Namekian, and two Saiyans that make up Gotenks. How Gotenks is going to come out on top after basically getting gruesomely beaten by this monster, I can't wait to see. Let me know in the comments below what you guys thought of this trailer.
Subscribe for more content.
Fuck out of here with that Kingdom Hearts shit.
And guys, this is my personal advice to you. This whole
Creep.
approaching thing, throw that shit out the window.
Wait.
I'm gonna say it now.
Uh-oh.
Take it and throw it in the trash. Shuck it. Women will complain. Hey, the men don't I don't give a.
This is how to not approach girls at the gym.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate when there's sweeties. It's me so uncomfortable. Feral, like feral. There's mirrors everywhere, so it's like you can easily catch people. Act. Oh, this is nothing. Okay, we're gonna move on to the 35s now. I want you to watch very carefully. Just watch. There's the 5 as £5. And these are the rates. Excuse me? You don't have to do that. It's okay. No, it's okay. I got it. Thank you, though.
Wait, what? Hold on. Let me see this.
There's the 5 as £5.
This is what I mean. This is what women mean by staring at them like a piece of meat. Yo, at the gym, people stare at everyone. Okay? I find myself staring at men all the time. I want to see how they're working out. I stare at women. I stare at men. I stare at everyone. And everyone stares at each other. Alright, we're at the fucking gym. Sometimes we look ridiculous doing our workouts, and sometimes it's impressive to see. Shut the fuck up. And yeah, sometimes you dress in a manner that's provocative and makes me want to look. Hence why it's provocative clothing. I'm not saying she is. I don't think she is, but regardless, if you're a good looking girl too, men will look. Why is he walking over? He goes to grab cleansing wipe. Okay. I hesitate to grab my weight because him standing directly in front of me made me extremely uncomfy. Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh my god.
Excuse me? You don't have to do that. It's okay. No, it's okay. I got it. Thank you, though.
He was only working out behind me to go up to me because I was at a squat rack all the way in the corner of the gym to avoid weirdos like this. There seems to be a machine right behind you that he could use, and it looks like he was using it. And you're not the only one that wants to work out a corner of the gym to be left alone. Other people enjoy doing that too. Like, Personally, me, I want to be isolated when I'm doing like calisthenic workouts. I don't want to be in front of people. What if I just ripped his pee out of his socket so he would never reproduce again? This is why I don't want kids. Natural selection is better. Take these weirdos out. I'm going to jail for staring at an underage 21. What? How is 21 underage? Y'all, this girl's what? Nah, fuck this girl. Natural selection, take her. Seriously.
See what I mean? Alright, here we go. Let's go to the gym with girls. Let me go with some girlfriends. This is ridiculous.
Is she 21 or is she underage? Which is it?
I gotta be careful. I gotta be fucking careful.
Then be careful. You're lifting too much weight. These are my shirts because I think I am the problem and blaming myself because of the deep-rooted misogyny I was brought up with. What?
Don't be too fucking. What part of me working out by myself looks like I'm a fucking damsel in distress? I'm not.
Her form looks terrible too, by the way. I don't know if you guys are noticing that. Her form looks absolutely terrible. She looks like she's really struggling with that. And she's like falling apart off the mat almost.
Sorry. That exercise just makes me laugh. I know it's the new thing because of everybody trying to grow their glutes, and I see like everybody on Instagram do that. But that exercise is.
And then you call me, and then you call me juvenile when I go.
It does look a really ridiculous workout. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I don't do them. I don't need to grow my glutes. I can do squats if I want to grow my glutes.
There's something.
The worst thing is that it's in fast forward, so that's even worse.
It's just
that's worse.
It's completed. You know what I mean? Oh, so what did you think?
No, nothing. Oh, that was it? Was that it?
That was generally it. She basically called the guy a creep and all that stuff. This guy made me extremely uncomfortable at the gym. This is why I'll end up crying on stream. I feel so grossed out at times with the amount of sexualization I experience. Hopefully this spreads awareness for girls who experience this type of
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What you experienced there was nothing. Okay? Shut your fucking cunt mouth up. What you experienced there was actually nothing. If you had actually been creeped by a guy, if you had actually been approached by a guy and flirted on, asked for your number, harassed, I would feel sympathy for you. I have zero sympathy for you. You are crazy. You are mental. You need to go see a psychologist or a psychiatrist, therapist, some medical professional because you need mental help. Okay? That was nothing. Shut the fuck up. If you can't handle that, don't go to a gym. Or go to an all-women's gym. No. Shut the fuck up. That was nothing. Shut the fuck up. That was all in your head. There are actual victims out there, and you want to fucking play a victim? Go fuck yourself.
Piece of shit behind me. She whispers in the microphone. I hate this. I hate when there's weirdos. It gets me so uncomfortable. Feral. That's what she said in the video. So here's the extra context. I found a squat rack in the area in the corner of the gym. She wrote in a lengthy reply. He followed me there after I did a reverse deadlifts. There was a plenty of ab machines to use, but he chose the one that was not doing his workout half of the time. The mirror faced me and not the whole gym, so he's looking around there. There was nothing but a mirror in my direction. I get constantly harassed by men in public spaces, when I even showed inch of skin. So yes, I get pissed when they glare for disturbingly long periods of time. I'm not looking for views or clicks. I just posted this to spread awareness.
You're looking for views and clicks.
Once and you'd be like, "Oh, that's a pretty girl," but I personally put my headphones in. I mind my business and make sure to look unapproachable because I only there to film gym vlogs and work on my progression in the gym. I wouldn't be there doing this for attention at all. I don't trust random strangers.
That's the other fucking thing too. If you're filming yourself at the gym, people are gonna look. I can't tell you how often I see people filming themselves at the gym now. It's becoming more normal for some reason, and I'm just like, well, who the fuck is this guy? And I want to see just how bad their form is and shit. I justifying it by saying, "Oh, I need to look at my form." Maybe, but I think that's pushing it. After a while, you know what your form is like.
No person should. You don't know their intention. I can see how this makes me look like I have an inflated ego, but I am an attractive girl in the beauty standard sense, and I get extremely sexually harassed online, and it makes trusting
Online.
strangers that I approach me trigger my trauma, which is why I respond this way.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm extremely antisocial, and being hit on is never a compliment to me. I don't like to be approached. I haven't dated for a year because I despise being sexualized. It happens anyway, and I get frustrated. It's normal for girls to feel this way because it happens often.
Can I pause you 2 seconds?
Go for it.
How do we know if I don't approach you? I don't know your background. I can understand you have all this background. I do understand. I sympathize with you. But how am I going to know? For you, being approached is never a compliment. I can't know that.
Yeah.
In this society, as a man, I have to approach. So what the fuck am I? Like, I don't know. It's not written on your forehead, my girl.
People say this kind of behavior is creepy. It's so funny to me. Have you guys ever done any approaching? I've watched women approach people. I watch them do it in clubs. You want to know what women do to approach a dude in a club? They see a guy, they try to angle themselves. They see him, right? They'll look at him through his peripherals. And then they'll try to angle themselves a certain way.
They try to look available.
And then, if they move, they try to get into another place where the man can see them and make eye contact so he can approach, right? You start to strategize and physically put yourself in places to be able to approach. No one goes, oh, she's pretty, I'm going right in. There's always a bit of attentiveness. Like I want to just strip down. Oh, he glanced 4 times. And guys, 99% of people, when they approach anybody, think it over. They have approach anxiety. They get worried about going up to the person. They get nervous about the prospect of being rejected. They think it over. They try to position. This is a normal type of behavior.
No.
And the reason why I'm saying that is we look at this and we're like, oh, this is inherently creepy. When in reality, it is how the vast majority of people get approached. Think about somebody you've liked before. You've ever had a crush? How many times have you sat there and glanced at your crush before ever saying anything a few times? How many times have you thought about how you sit, how your posture is around the person you're crushing on? We do these kinds of little things to signal interest to the other person,
No, I've never I've never done that.
Hoping that they reciprocate. Women will sit there. What do? They'll adjust their hair. They'll smile at you, right? Is that creepy? I'm just asking. Is it creepy when women don't say a word, but they'll glance at you, though? And they'll glance again, right? And ladies, if you're being honest, you guys have all done this with somebody you liked who you may not have had that much contact, or someone you thought was cute very briefly.
Never.
We all do a bit of signaling with our body language inadvertently to say we're interested, or maybe we don't even cognitively realize it, but we're displaying an interest. It becomes creepy when you're not interested. And I can understand. You go to the gym, you just want to work out, you're not interested. But you also have to understand that in this, like Preach said, we do expect men to do the approach, to go out there and try themselves. We don't have a set of rules where it says where it is acceptable and isn't. Maybe the gym is off limits. Maybe that's a spot where people don't want to get approached ever. Hard to say. I also know a lot of people who meet their partners at the gym and they start fucking from there. So it's not a clear
True.
Like, if you told me the woman's bathroom, I'd be like, okay,
yeah,
is not
that's
supposed to
weird.
be in there. You know what I'm saying? If he runs, hey, she sits down and starts peeing. He
Draw 2 cards.
Oh, y'all
Fuck me.
That's different.
That's the one. Okay.
I thought it was something weird. Okay, I can understand. And this is why I said before, in spaces where men and women are commonly together for extended periods of time, it is very difficult to have these spaces and expect no fraternization. I say this where it's work, where you have at work, okay, there's literal rules to not fuck your coworkers. They still do it. They have rules. Don't and everyone's like,
fucking.
Yeah.
Fucking.
True.
I'm getting my dick wet.
True.
They can't stop. And maybe it should be a rule. I just want people to appreciate that they throw around this word creepy. And I want you to understand how this kind of approach anxiety where we created a side where men don't like the idea of approaching. Vast majority of dudes who are regular and cool are never going to say anything to a woman. Why? Because of videos like this where they can get put on blast by a streamer, some famous person, person, and then have millions of people describe whether or not they're perverts or something like that because they glanced at somebody a few times that they like. But let's be honest. Every single one of you motherfuckers have looked at somebody that you've liked and glanced at them, including women.
Never.
Including women.
Freak said never.
Never? Yeah? Well, what's your favorite feature about the person? I don't know. I like his eyes. I like the way he smiles. If you like his eyes and the way he smiles, you glance.
Yep.
So I'm not discounting that women feel uncomfortable in these spaces because they just want to go from nothing. And sometimes, like, if you're an attractive female, you get approached the whole time. Okay?
True.
I'm not discounting that.
Ooh, perfect card. That's exactly what I wanted to draw.
Most of these dynamics kind of work that way.
Let's go.
And even though it's unfair to you and you get tired of it, it might be the first time you approached a girl all month. It could be. And he comes off the first time and you bite his head off. I understand why you do, but you have to understand from his perspective, I didn't even.
No,
it's not like he was inappropriate. It's not like he was rude.
Yeah, but
I get that you don't want to be infringed on, but let's balance out.
He was off. I feel like he was off. Taking the weight like that and just assuming not asking anything like that was off. That was off.
Yeah, true.
You didn't ask. You just took the shit and then try to.
True. I mean, that was a little odd. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't have even bothered. I usually never ever bother people at all at the gym, no matter what. Even if it's bad form, makes me cringe and all that shit. I usually never. It doesn't. Yeah. Oh, he retreated. That bitch. You bitch. You fucking snapped, you asshole. Shouldn't be this loud, but yeah. He snapped. What a little cuck. Oh, excuse me. Fuck. Okay, damn it. I don't want Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw? Ebony Maw? Was that what I just got? Ebony Maw? Yeah, I don't want its boosters. I have enough. Okay. What did we get from the season pass? Oh, I just got it already. Oops. How much Ebony Maw boosters do I have? 21. What do I need? 50? 1 second, guys. I need 40. Okay.
Put it. Yeah, that was a bit off. I understand, but that was maybe. I'm gonna say it. It was a bit, maybe a faux pas. Like it was not as comfortable, but I wouldn't deem him like the worst creep in the world. Yeah, that's what he did. You said, and you did good. You said, yeah, no, I'm good, and he left.
Yes.
He did the thing where he left. No
True.
interest. Like I cannot know.
Can I ask you?
Go ahead.
At the gym, when you're doing certain exercise, don't people just come and offer to spot you?
They offer it. That's what I'm saying.
Sometimes.
That's what I understood. I didn't hear or see.
I've never seen anyone offer.
That he was talking to.
Cards here have +5 power.
And trying to put it in this place. Yeah, people offer me. They offer. Excuse me. Could you? He just went there and I can understand how abrasive that could be. You just assume, and that could be in this day and age.
Oh,
a woman
shit.
don't want to feel like a damsel in distress, and you do that. I've been
I can win though.
Holding a door. If you're gonna go up to a weight that she's already put there, and then she's alright, and your intentions were probably alright, but you don't ask. That's what is that? That's what was his error. Absolutely, I'll say that.
Okay.
Jubilee's useless now.
Man's right there. He goes over. He says, he grabs it. Can I put it on? Right?
Did he say that?
Yes, he asked.
He asked.
As he grabbed it, he asked. He said, no, I'm good. He puts it right back and he walks away.
But that's all you had to say, because the one thing that I said is that I said I didn't hear. So I think he didn't ask.
Where you might have felt that was very inappropriate, another person would be like, yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. You know how many folks at the gym start off conversations that way very casually, and then they become like, they create their own little gym community where they see each other often? Not everyone's built for that, but what I'm trying to say is, I understand. I got my own traumas, and there's certain things that people infringe on a regular basis that set me off. But I also have to do the work in my head to realize they don't mean it that way. Or I don't know that they mean it that way. Or I don't know that they're making a huge faux pas. So I also got to meet them halfway and be like, no, thank you. And then I leave it at that. If they keep pushing after that, then you could infer that there's something wrong. You've established a boundary, right? You said no, and the person has continued. Then I can understand. And guys, this is my personal advice to you. Okay? A lot of people don't like this. This whole approaching thing, throw that shit out the window. I'm going to say it now. Take it and throw it in the trash.
Shuck it.
Women will complain. Hey, the men don't. I don't give a fuck.
But that's how it's supposed to be.
I don't give a
That's
fuck.
how it's supposed to be.
Y'all not doing that shit no more. And cut that shit out. I'll tell you what it is, okay? Because I've done it. I've done the whole pickup artist thing.
No, cards
I used to go to
here.
Clubs with Sharpies and play games. I got videos and photos. Like, I have proof. I've done it. I've done the whole laundry list. I'm telling you, cut that shit out. That shit is for the past. That was for the birds of yesterday. Today, we got a lot of pigeons.
The who?
We got a lot of
Birds
pigeons.
of yesterday.
Yeah, we got a lot of pigeons. Okay? All right? So, today's a different day. How do I mean to go? I'm going to tell you, really simple. Build yourselves a life that women are going to find endearing. And naturally, things will flow from there. Get your shit in shape. Get your money right. I'm not talking about millions. I'm talking about just get your own place, get a decent car, okay? Make sure you got some cool hobbies and keep it the fuck pushing. But this whole thing of walking up to strangers you don't know, the whole thing of like, bro, I see people lose their jobs for less. Cut it out. And I'm not saying this because I don't want y'all to get none. I'm telling you, it's just not worth it. It's not worth the time. It's not worth the annoyance. And it's certainly not worth everything else that comes with it. Because I don't think this guy going to return to that gym. Don't do it. Keep your shit pushing. Pause. Because that sounded weird. This whole thing, I don't care how much women. No,
All right, we got this. We're gonna win.
You want it so bad? Go do it yourself, stupid.
Nah, just don't do it. It's really that. Like, we're not in the day and age where we could do that. We could afford to do that. Like, are you gonna afford to lose all the be labeled a creep? Be labeled? Nah, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I'm just gonna be in these spaces and I'm just gonna be in spaces.
It sucks because that's advice is not gonna work for all men, obviously. Ooh, you thought, bitch. You thought. That's advice is just unfortunately just not gonna work for everyone. Because you know some men they're gonna have the temptation, you know, and it sucks, but they're also not wrong. Damn it, man. It's a fine line. Meet women through your friends so you don't come off as creepy. Well, yeah. Sorry, I got lost in the sauce there.
I'd be that. I'm gonna be in spaces. You don't do no approaching. You just be. And people, motherfuckers, don't want to talk to. They'll talk
Turn
to.
forward,
Or
move
won't.
all cards.
You have to be
one
okay with
location to
going
the
home
right.
alone.
And I'm gonna go a step further. This whole thing, like, oh my god, people sexualize me. Listen, I'm tired of these women going up to the gym in booty shorts and a fucking bra and saying I'm being sexualized. No, you
True.
True.
True. True. True. True.
Curves off in the highest
So I keep saying,
ways,
bro.
And then complaining because people are ogling or glancing at you. Girl, stop. Just stop. I mean, I'm not saying that dudes don't sexualize women who don't, or just that way, because sometimes they even do. But don't act like you don't contribute to that either. Don't act like that isn't, because I know women who do make a lot of the efforts to do a lot of the other stuff, and it does reduce a lot of the contact they have. So there's this whole idea of like, oh my God, men are these like sexual beasts and blah blah blah.
But
Stop it.
She was wearing things to train. She's not wearing nothing that was sexual. For them people that over sexualize people when fall comes in and we talk about gray sweatpants and we talk about dick prints, you should know what he said. Booty, no.
And it's not just ladies. There's dudes that go up in the smallest tank top showing their nipples and everything.
True, that too.
Know. Yeah. They wearing sweatpants that like fucking hug their cheeks. Pause. Okay, people go to the gym and wear the tightest outfits, not because it's great for your pump. Nope. That's not why you do it. No. You do it because you like the way it looks and you know
add a
what
rock
it seems.
to your.
And if you don't, you fucking lying to yourself.
Out there
to the losing player's side.
Some of you women's gym outfits look like your club outfits. It look like you going to the beach. So let's cut this whole shit out. I'm so sick of people. Oh my god, the world is sexual. You in a thong, stupid. Not her, but people do that in general. I'm tired of people sexualizing. I can see your nipples through your shirt.
You're showing your bits.
That's
You're showing your bits. People are gonna look at your bits.
Oh my god,
that's okay.
This is
It's hilarious.
I don't know. It's just the way
I did the wrong
act
thing.
is everything is everyone else. Every
Yep.
day, all the time is everyone else.
Yeah.
You're with yourself all the time. At some point, you got to recognize what you contribute to these problems. There's a reason why Instagram models, all their thumbnails, you can see their ass.
Yep.
All the gym models who are not wanted to be sexualized or blah, blah, they all got a motherfucking thumbnail with their ass showing. And you women at the gym are wearing the exact same clothes. Y'all know what it is? What are booty gains? Booty gains came out of nowhere? No.
What
Motherfuckers
was
trying to
this?
get booty for one reason.
Remove abilities. Oh, fuck you.
Let's keep it a stack. No,
Ruined my whole
Them legging
fucking.
pants that was sold on
Damn it.
TikTok, you know why they was popular? Because you had that little couture on that just shrivel up. Come on, that made your booty look like it was hungry and just ate up your shorts.
Yep.
Stop.
That exercise she was doing. That's the new fad on Instagram to get that Instagram
True.
booty. Why y'all getting it? Let's keep it a stack.
No, it's for me.
I did.
Exactly.
I did. It's fine. Go look good. Do whatever you want to do. But I'm so sick of people taking these decisions and acting like it has no societal implication. The only reason you do
Damn.
that exercise
He
is 'cause
pulled
your
all
favorite
these off.
IG model
He's got a
uses it
Gamora?
because it gets a lot of eyes from men. Women didn't grow asses overnight because they think that shit's amazing. No, it's because hip hop and the greater culture has made it popular. Let's say what it is.
No, they want to be more comfortable when they sit down. Calm down, man.
Oh yeah. And 20 years ago, when no motherfucker wanted ass, what happened there? Was it women showing their? That's like, yo, these. There's parts of this that rub me the wrong way with the way people go about this.
You know he's rubbed the wrong way when he's speaking French. Shit.
True. He never speaks French.
Today we're doing a tier list for every Dragon Ball arc. Yes,
Interesting.
every arc, including Super, but not GT.
Wait, is this totally not Mark? It is totally not Mark. Alright, cool.
Don't you tell me that it
Come on. Don't be a bitch.
wasn't meant to be.
That's GT. Aw.
Call it quits, call it destiny.
Okay,
Canon.
fine, I'll do GT. Let's start from
Oh,
where it all
wow,
began.
he's a GT.
Search for the Dragon Balls, otherwise known as the Emperor Pilaf arc. This is a weird one to start this video off with. It is the starting point of the franchise, and it does feel like Dragon Ball, but this is clearly a growing period for the franchise, episodic
True.
in nature with a much stronger focus on adventure over combat. Despite combat being present, the comedic nature of this short adventure feels distinctly different to everything that will come afterwards. With that said, it plays host to some of the most oft flashback to moments in the series, like Roshi and Bulma's introductions, Goku versus Yamcha, and, of course, Goku's very first Kamehameha. There's humor, some weird creative choices that are extra spicy looking back at them today, but overall, it still retains a lot of the charm that made it famous. It's not my favorite arc by any means, but it does deliver some nice twists at the end with the discovery of Goku's
Sure.
great ape power, connecting it back to his grandpa Gohan's death alluded to at the very beginning. All in all, a decent start to the series. I'll give this one a B. Next up, the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai. Now we're talking. This is, unironically, one of my favorite arcs of all time, and I cannot believe more
pretty
people
good.
don't talk about it. A while back, I decided to review the original series, and even then I was blown away by how powerful the messaging and execution of what was, at the time, a big change in tone and direction for the series into the realms of battle manga. Looking back now from the present day, with the likes of gods and intergalactic brawls that can destroy galaxies being the order of the day, this feels much more quaint and measured in comparison, and
Yeah.
to be honest, I love that about this. While it's much more modest and simple, these aspects of the story are absolutely strengths, focusing on and effectively delivering upon the themes and fostering of the next generation and pushing your limits perhaps more effectively than any other arc that would come later. The battle between Roshi and Goku is phenomenal, and to this
True.
day, it's one of the arcs I turn to revisit whenever I'm hankering for some good paneling, classic Dragon Ball action, and some good old-fashioned storytelling. This is an easy
old-fashioned.
S tier.
Oh shit!
Next up is the Red Ribbon Army. here's where we start running into our first problem in this video. What some people consider an arc, others don't. And with regards to the Red Ribbon Army arc, you can further subdivide it into pieces or look at it as a whole. I'm doing the latter because screw doing it the other way. Mr. Fusion brought up a great point in the emotional throughline of this arc, being that of Goku using the Dragon Balls to bring back Appa's dad. So naturally, the endpoint of this arc for me is with the Uranai Baba tournament, where both of these throughlines get satisfied, which honestly raises this arc in my estimation. I personally loved that tournament, particularly through its ending with Goku getting to reunite with his grandpa Gohan for the first and last time in the series. It's touching, and it's still to this day one of the only 2 moments in this entire series that's made me tear up slightly.
Oh
I
yeah,
know
it
this
does.
arc might feel boring to some, and on the flip
Yeah,
side
it's
might be
true.
some others' favorites, but for me it lands somewhere in A tier. There's a lot of adventure and fun in this arc with some crazy characters like Mercenary Tao Pai Pai. He has some real psycho energy in this story, and the way he travels around is so Toriyama it hurts. Next up, the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai. The 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai, while it might be the weakest of the 3 tournaments in early Dragon Ball, it's still an early Dragon Ball tournament arc and thus is an easy A-tier contender. The fundamentals are all there for a great story concerning manipulation, staying true to yourself, and of course, my soft spot fostering the next generation. The 3 main tournament arcs in early Dragon Ball, when viewed through the lens of Master Roshi, tell the story of a grizzled vet looking on, hoping, praying, and doing everything in his power to ensure that long after he's gone, there will exist someone better than he to look after the Earth. And it's in this tournament we really get to experience that, as for the very first time for us, Roshi loses, opting to leap out of bounds in his match against Ten Shinhan for his own good, proving to Ten Shinhan in that moment that winning isn't what's important to Roshi, but everything else that comes afterwards. Furthermore, the matchups in this tournament are awesome too, with the likes of Roshi versus Ten Shinhan, of course, Goku versus Krillin, and naturally, the final matchup, Goku versus Ten Shinhan.
Where he
with
lost
Ten
the first
Shinhan's very
time.
soul on the line, and with there existing the possibility that this could be the very first time Goku could win a tournament. It's an edge of your seat affair, and I just loved it. I'm sort of on the fence with this one. Should I put it in S tier, or should I leave it with A? The first tournament I still feel is a little better, I think, but only by a fraction. Still, it's enough to push this to A tier, I think. King Piccolo arc. The King Piccolo arc, on the other hand, is an arc that I don't think I share a lot in common with the rest of the Dragon Ball fanbase, given I found it difficult to get past a few hiccups I saw the story to have. But let's talk about some of the good points first, because in reality, there's a lot to like here, and I do want to give this arc its fair due. Its ending ushers in, of course, an iconic battle between Goku and King Piccolo himself, with a level of seriousness to it the likes of which we had never seen before from Goku, which is appropriate as this is Goku in his teenage years and the last time we'll see him as a child before becoming a fully fledged adult. And not to mention boasts one of the coolest defeat moments for a main villain. Furthermore, I love the connection at the end Goku receives to the heavens with God. And on top of that, yet again, upon rereading, I was blown away by how great Goku's first interaction with Yajirobe actually was.
Oh Jesus Christ! I don't think we're gonna win this next thing. Oh boy. How would we win this? Oh Jesus. Let me think. Let me think. Boom, boom, boom. To 32. This thing is going to have its power doubled. So it'll be 2. This will turn into a 6, 7, 8, 16. Oh, we're going to draw. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah. I got it. I hope. We'll see. Oh, I should have moved you here. So that all these can move over there. Alright, doesn't matter. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think I still win this side though. Played a rock, didn't you? Oh, I should have snapped. Fuck. Alright, it doesn't matter. We'll see. Maybe we win, maybe we don't. I did the math wrong. Fuck me. Alright, well, good thing I didn't snap then. I did the math wrong. God damn it. When you play a card here, double... Oh, I have to play the card. Oh. Alright, misread.
And I love how filled with anger Goku became when Krillin dies in the story's opening moments. It's tragic and horrific to see, particularly off the back of what was a great and respectful contest between Goku and Tin Shinhan in the finish during the last arc. But I do have some gripes with this arc, as I mentioned, so let's explore those. While it has elements that are great, to me it felt as though they were cobbled together by tenuous plot beats that existed solely to move the story along, despite them not actually making all that much narrative sense in the first place. The first defeat Goku receives soundly at the hands of King Piccolo is great, but King Piccolo only leaves the scene when he recognizes that Goku's heart has stopped. And once he leaves, Goku's heart coincidentally just turns back on. We'll call that contrivance number 1. Okay, that's contrivance number 1. Contrivance number 2 comes by way of Goku being in the company of the only person who could carry him to safety. And not just that, manage also to climb Korin Tower. Goku was the first to climb the tower in God knows how long. I mean, that's what made that specific achievement so special. But now, because the plot demands it, Yajirobe can do it too? That's convenience.
But how did Yajirobe get it? Oh, okay, never mind.
Contrivance number 3. Once up there, the lesson Goku received from Korin in that keep away game now is flipped on its head with no real message apart from, I guess he took a big risk by drinking the special water to make him stronger. Cool. And now gets a free power boost to allow him to defeat King Piccolo. There's no lesson, there's no story arc really to speak of that's meaningful outside of Roshi coming to realize that his time as the Earth's defender has come to an end. And he doesn't even really play a large enough role to carry the story this time around. It's a real shame. This arc has a lot to offer, and while I still think it leaves a lot to be desired, it's still the blueprint for villain-centered arcs that would be later perfected as the series soldiered on into Dragon Ball Z. With that said, I just can't put it anywhere higher than a B tier personally. But that's okay, because the next arc marks what I believe to be the beginning of the single best run in all of Dragon Ball. And that run begins at the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. I think at this point it should go without saying that I am something of a super fan for these early Dragon Ball tournament arcs. With the first acting as one of my favorites in the series, this, the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai, might actually be my favorite arc of all time, alongside 2 others I'm sure many of you could guess. To me, this arc marks the beginning of my favorite stretch in Dragon Ball's long and winding story, and I think, for this arc, we gotta dust off that God tier once again, because man, this is a God tier level entrant if ever I did see one. Almost every single fight in this tournament is an absolute banger. And I'm serious, like all of them. Ten Shinhan versus his former mentor Tao, the adorable Chi-Chi versus Goku fight, Krillin versus Piccolo, and Yamcha versus Shen, offering Yamcha perhaps his best moment in the original run, despite him still losing. And those are just the quarter-final matchups. It's got a rematch between Tien and Goku, and of course, we have Goku versus Piccolo in the finals.
That's
the likes
so
of which
cool.
I cannot believe there are still folks out there that have watched and loved Dragon Ball Z and still haven't seen this one? Because
I haven't
this is
seen
the
this
part
one.
of early Dragon Ball that really started
I should
to
be
feel
ashamed
like
of myself.
Z for me, and this final fight
I really
specifically is better than so many of those great fights we
I'm
get
so
in Z to
ashamed.
boot. It's incredible, offers so much in the way of choreography, so much so that later fights borrow from this very fight itself. I could talk about this arc honestly for the next half an hour, and I have done on my channel, so if you want to know my thoughts on every aspect of this arc in detail, you can go there. But for the sake of brevity, I will be placing this in a new category called...
Oh, nice!
Now it's time to march onward to Dragon Ball Z, starting things off with the very first arc of Z, entitled The Saiyan Arc. Now,
Dude.
oddly enough, given that I'm...
The Saiyan arc is low-key one of my favorite fucking arcs. I love the Saiyan arc. Like, it's prime Dragon Ball Z, in my opinion. It's such a good arc. It's such a good arc. Such a good arc. Oh wait, I must beat this ass up. You thought, bro. You thought. You thought wrong. So I should move you to here, drop you here. Okay. I have rocks. Plenty of rocks to give a 1 power to. So stupid. Oh god. Fuck. He may have just won. Yeah, he won. Fuck. Damn it. Good thing I didn't snap.
I'm a reviewer and love Dragon Ball, it might surprise many of you to know that I've reviewed every single part of Dragon Ball, including GT, except for the series' most popular section, Dragon Ball Z. And since I have every intention to one day review these arcs in detail, I will be sharing with you all my ratings for these arcs now. However, I will try to keep them brief. This is a tier list after all, and we have a lot more to get through after Z concludes. Alright, so the Saiyan arc. This was the arc that literally started it all for me. Way back
For
when
real.
I was a little kid,
Me
I got
too.
to see Goku
Actually,
versus Vegeta.
me too. Let's just say it. Me too. This is what started it all for me. This arc. The Saiyan arc. That was the first time I saw fucking Goku out being squashed by the ape and all the power-ups and all this, like Kaioken and all this shit. It was fucking wild. It was fucking wild. But this is what got it started for me.
And to this day, it is still my favorite fight in all of the series and maybe even all of anime.
It's one of them.
It's an arc that kicks off with a change
It's one of
that
the
takes
greatest
story
fights.
from the limitations of Earth to the broad.
Actually, let's just be honest. It is one of the greatest fights in the whole arc. Frieza comes really close, but this first time Super Saiyan, and that's first time Goku versus Vegeta. Oh my god. It was actually an amazing fight. Just that power struggle is iconic. It's my Discord banner. It is an iconic background.
This is a tier list after all, and we have a lot more to get through after Z concludes. Alright, so the Saiyan arc. This was the arc that literally started it all for me. Way back when I was a little kid, I got to see Goku versus Vegeta, and to this day, it is still my favorite fight in all of the series, and maybe even all of anime. It's an arc that kicks off with a change that takes a story from the limitations of Earth to the broad expanse of the greater universe. It kills Goku in its opening chapters. I mean, that never happened before. And the journey to and training with King Kai remains to this day one of my most treasured moments in the series. This arc is top to bottom brilliant, and I can't wait to one day explain in greater detail why this is my opinion. But for now, we're putting this in God tier.
Yeah.
The Frieza arc. The
God
Frieza
tier,
arc is another
easily.
incredible contender for this tier list, and one that's catapulted my imagination into the
Frieza
stratosphere.
arc is also really good
I will
too.
say right now that I'm including the Namek portion of this tale in this
Should
arc
be
too,
in God
meaning
tier.
the cat and mouse games that made our first trip outside the confines of
Of
Earth
course, why
more
wouldn't
thrilling
you?
and enjoyable are also included in this arc. It also has a moment that legitimately scared me to my very core as a kid when Brian Drummond's Vegeta screamed in anger after he discovered Gohan stole his Dragon Ball.
I'll get you for this! You won't escape my wrath!
Hearing that voice, that anger, my soul would leave my body. And furthermore,
That's
it elevated
crazy.
the
He
intimidation
looked
that Vegeta
wild.
represented in the story, which again was leveraged brilliantly from that point on through encounters with the Ginyu Force that served to elevate Goku far beyond what we ever expected from him. And then there's the Frieza fight, which offered Gohan a number of occasions to be badass, and of course, Vegeta's death and Goku's ultimate fight with Frieza, which also provided, for me, my favorite Goku moment in the series. And it's not the Super Saiyan transformation, it's the Kaioken times 20. Acting as one last hopeless struggle to maybe touch the untouchable god Frieza had built himself up to be. The ending to this struggle is perfect, and I totally 100% plan on going and diving into this in greater
really good
detail
arc.
another day. But for now, again, this is another god tier entry. Next up, the Garlic Jr. arc. Okay, look, I know this arc isn't canon,
Garlic
but
Jr.
I included it for funsies, okay?
Yeah.
Sue me. Whenever the series
This
would
is
pop on
definitely
my TV
fucking
screen and the Frieza
B
arc
tier.
would end, I'd eagerly await
C,
the return
D
of Goku
tier,
in
I
his
don't
little
know.
space pod, only to
Yes.
time and again get faked out by this weird zombie vampire mini arc featuring Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo. Truth be told, the concept behind this little story isn't all that bad and actually has a few scenes that I remember vividly, like the gang turning into weird vampire zombies by the Blackwater Mist and of course, Kami and Popo running in the depths of the Lookout. It adds a bit of color and fun to the world of the Lookout too, but to be honest, that's where my compliments end. It's, at the end of the day, a needless detour with no consequence for the main plot and adds nothing of serious value. The action is lacking Toriyama's touch, and overall was never a story I wanted to revisit in this series. This is our first C-tier entry, totally meh.
Yeah, it was.
And now we're on to what everyone's been waiting for,
A
the
tier.
Cell arc.
A
Now
tier,
we're
B
back
tier.
to cooking with gas. With the Cell arc comprising everything
It was a
concerning
good arc,
Frieza's
but
surprise
I think it
return,
was
Trunks is revealed,
A
the android's
tier.
material, and of course the big green handsome man of the hour, Cell. This arc is pretty nuts, and not always in the best of ways, but boy does it introduce some imagination capturing mechanics and stick a landing so incredible we are still talking about it all these years later. For me, I look at this more like an epilogue to what was, in my opinion, the greatest stretch in the original run. From the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai all the way to Cell, you have for yourself this brilliant story of how Goku assumed responsibility for
Nice
Earth,
power
all the
here.
while learning that not everyone can be reasoned with. Furthermore, Goku's son gets introduced during the Saiyan arc, and within that epic conclusion to this arc against
You
Cell,
thought.
we get a thrilling
No.
and immensely satisfying conclusion to that story also. It does have some really obvious issues that I have
should
to
have-
draw attention
oh.
to for the sake of honesty though. The fact Toriyama had editors in his ear telling him that the main arc villains weren't good enough is clear
Wow.
for all to see. As we shift focus from Jiroa 19
Yeah, we
to
lost.
17 and 18, and eventually to Cell, who cycles through a bunch of different forms before landing on one they all liked. It can be a little distracting, but getting to see the unveiling of Trunks, the return of Goku, and Vegeta, and as I mentioned, that awesome conclusion during the Cell games, it more than makes up for those shortcomings narratively. It's not God tier for me, but it's definitely the top of S tier. It's a terrific arc. And now we're moving on to the
S tier.
final arc of Z.
Yeah, I could
the
give it
Buu
S tier.
What? Now, I bet everyone
A
is
tier.
waiting for me to tear this arc a new one, but to be honest, I don't hate this arc. I just think it's the weakest of Z's run. I made a video discussing this arc's shortcomings before, so if you want to take a look at that video, you can. But truth be told, despite the arc having a lot of weird padding for lack of a better term, it's filled with so many iconic mechanics and stuff from the series that have lasted the test of time, it's difficult to hate it too much. Super Saiyan 3 is awesome, and who wouldn't get that satisfying feeling watching Vegeta do what no one else could do effortlessly? It's an empowerment fantasy in the best of ways. Also, when I was a kid, I will admit I totally tried to do that thing Gohan told Videl to do with her chi so that she could fly. Yeah, okay, I was that kid that believed he could fly, and you know what else? I also tried to do the Kamehameha. My childhood was awesome. Jokes aside though, when I was playing sports growing up, and I needed a small boost, Kaioken really did do the trick, and I even tried revisiting that little mental trick a few months ago when I ran my very first marathon in June. And it did give me a boost at mile 20, though I did pay for it later. Totally true to the Kaioken mechanic, what can I say? While the Buu arc itself does suffer from a major course correction and a lack of direction during many instances, it boasts some of
I
the
think
most
I can still
emotional
win
and
this.
epic clashes in the series too. I don't think it's as good as all the other ones, but it's definitely not the worst from
Is
the
this
original
okay?
series. I'll give this one an A. And that brings us to the end of the original series.
Yeah, I think I still won
and
this.
to the end of me being upbeat and happy. It's time to dive into the misery as we enter the post-OG series material with 1996's Dragon Ball GT. The GT stands for good television. Just kidding. Just kidding. It doesn't. It stands for garbage TV. I lied. The Black Star Dragon Ball arc. F tier. Please refer to my review I
Hmm.
made a few years ago. My opinion hasn't really changed. Only sadness and hatred remain.
Wait, what did
And
he
look,
give
I
Buu
think,
arc?
or at least I hope that a lot of you out there at this point
What do you give the Buu arc?
some of the most emotional and epic clashes in the series too.
A
I
tier?
don't think it's as good as all the other ones, but it's definitely not the worst from the original series. I'll give this one an A. And that
Yeah,
brings
yeah.
us to the
That's fair.
end of the original series and to the end of me being upbeat and happy. It's time to dive into the misery as we enter the post-OG
Yeah, GT was
series material
horrible.
with 1996's Dragon Ball GT.
Not horrible, but it
The
definitely
GT
wasn't.
stands for good
great.
television. Just kidding. Just kidding. It doesn't. It stands for garbage TV. I lied. The Black Star Dragon Ball arc. F tier. Please refer to my review I made a few years ago. My opinion hasn't really changed. Only sadness and hatred remains. And look, I think, or at least I hope, that a lot of you out there at this point can appreciate that on some level, perhaps differently from you, I adore this story. I love Dragon Ball. I love how it's made me feel throughout my life.
Of
And
course.
heck, a minute ago, I even admitted to channeling the power of the
Of
Kaioken
course.
in the middle of a
Of
distance
course.
race when I was 30 years old. But I think it's because this story means so much to me that when I see it go so far away from what I loved about it, I can't help but react in a, let's say, a displeased manner concerning what I've just seen. Enter the Black Star Dragon Ball arc. Many of you, if you're from America, might not have even seen this
Oh,
arc
what a
because
cool
it
art
was
variant.
cut and all of you guys basically got the start from the Baby arc instead. A much better arc than this. I wrote a comprehensive review of my first time watching this series in completion, and this arc in particular was worse than I remembered. Instead of building off of the material Dragon Ball had left us with in the original series, it violently changes the tone of the narrative without any transitional period, creating scenarios with no through line anyone over the age of 4 could get behind, and more often than not left me wanting and yearning for a story I'd ultimately never receive. Keeping also in mind that much like the original series, I too grew
Let's
up
see what I
with
can
this
do
show.
here.
So this isn't the case of me being cynical in my older age either. Overall, this arc is just a mess, aimless in its direction, and offered absolutely nothing I could latch onto and enjoy personally. By far the worst arc on this list. It does have a great theme song though, but that alone cannot
Yeah, it
save it
was
from
not a
my
good-
wrath here.
wasn't a good
Time
arc.
to dust off F tier. Truly awful. The Baby arc. Okay, this arc wasn't awful. Not
No,
even
it wasn't
close
that
to being
bad.
awful, really, and honestly, was the arc Goku and the gang should have opened with in this new series. I'm definitely
Yeah.
not the first person to mention this, but there are some truly interesting and exciting ideas and concepts at play here. And I'm not talking about Super Saiyan 4. The idea of creating a physical manifestation of the Saiyans' hatred and chaos in the likes
Mhm.
of the parasitic life form known as Baby offers not just interesting visual possibilities and hijinks with tension built in, but it has something the arc prior didn't. A through line that connects it to the earlier material. Thematically, I love the idea of Baby being created to get revenge for what the Saiyans did, only to become
Sure.
what it was designed to destroy. A monster attacking a new world. It's a simple idea, but a powerful one, and it's easily the arc's strongest aspect, I think. Furthermore, I love what this arc did for Goten. When I first saw this, I legitimately laughed out loud. It's such a fun idea for the character to give him this lady killer persona. However, I do have issues with this arc too. The first half of the story is interesting, watching as Baby infiltrates the gang's group. However, once that point passes and the main set pieces fall into
Oh,
place,
no, it's
the
gonna move
narrative
him.
doesn't feel like it has much else to offer and
do I
sort
care?
of meanders a bit until the fight at the end. The interesting fights that
I
interval
might not
narrative
care.
tension are replaced by just plain old fighting that honestly feels more like an obligation than a tangible part of the narrative, and has an ending with a giant golden monkey fight that I genuinely did not enjoy even in the slightest. Baby has its problems for me, but I will say that it has more good than bad and is comfortably the best arc in Dragon Ball GT for me. Overall, I think I'll give this one a B for Baby.
He's not terrible.
Super Android 17 arc. One step forward with Baby, and now 20 steps back with Super
That
Android
Android
17.
arc was not-
God, I did not
Nothing
like
even
this
happened with that
when I
arc.
watched it
It was
last.
dumb.
And I still don't. This has one of the loosest excuses for a story I've ever seen. The plot is cobbled together by tenuous at best plot elements, and at worst, totally nonsensical choices. The fighting is immeasurably boring, and I couldn't care less about the main villain either if I tried. It's cool that Piccolo is in this, but even with that, this still manages to suck beyond belief. Its only saving grace is that it's
Let's
short.
see what happens here.
So, its biggest upside, for me at least, is that it ends faster than the other arcs. Brilliant.
Sure.
I'm not spending more time on this than I need to. F tier, moving on. The Shadow Dragons
How
arc.
does this work?
The final arc of
Yeah, it's
Dragon
not
Ball
gonna work.
GT's one-year run, capping things off in 1997
Hey,
with
one.
its Shadow Dragons arc. An arc that, again, everyone might say has an
It was
interesting
okay.
plot concept, and it does. However, the execution
like a
manages
C
to turn
tier.
that into something much more boring than it otherwise has any right to be. I
Yeah, it
will,
wasn't that
however, say
entertaining.
that while it is boring in many aspects, it does have some upsides. The Spirit Bomb Goku charges at the end is awesome and up there with the best Spirit Bombs in the series. It offers
True.
some of the most memorable Dragon Ball GT action, despite that not meaning much in hindsight, and it has by far its greatest achievement, an ending deserving of Dragon Ball. That will always bring a tear to my eye.
Oh,
But-
yeah.
And this is a massive badonky-donk. The ending to Dragon Ball GT doesn't really have much to do with the arc itself. In theory, the gang have over-relied on the Dragon Balls all throughout the series, and so if you tack this ending onto the end of any of the other arcs from the past, it works just as well as it
Yeah.
does at the end of this one. It, for that reason, feels disconnected in many ways, and it also feels strange to consider it part of the Shadow Dragon's arc for me. Good as it is, it
Interesting.
feels like an ending
C
that was
tier,
conceived
though.
of independent of the arc itself, and to be honest, given it has little connective tissue to the main story, I think that very well could be the case. As an arc, as a story, the Shadow Dragon's arc is interesting and far less bad than the likes of the Black Star Dragon Balls and Super Android 17, but it's still nowhere near good
C
in
tier.
terms of storytelling for me personally. With that said, I'm going to slot this Shadow Dragon's arc into D tier. And
Oh,
with that,
D
it's
tier.
time for
God
a time
damn,
skip.
even
Not
Garlic
in the
Jr.
narrative
got a
of the
better
story,
one.
though, but in real life. Remember that?
Okay,
Remember
hold
real
on.
life?
Hold on. I gotta go get. Let me get a drink. After this turn, after this game, actually. You can't play cards here after turn 4. Oh, fuck me. Why would you do that? Or you should just played him and then this. Why would you do that? What? That move made no sense. That move made no sense. Bro, you had combos there. And he still would have gotten his ability with this card instead. This guy's not good. What did he destroy? What just died? I don't even know what just died. My mall? Yeah, he wasted resources for that shit. All for this guy to... Oh, what a stupid move. Can't play that there. Can't play this here. Kinda got me in a pickle here. Sucks. What does Vision do? You can move this each turn. Oh shit! I need a Vision in my deck. God damn. I'm just gonna move it here. Yeah, we didn't get too hot of a deck here. Yeah, I can't play these guys because of this. Kind of fucks me over, I'm not gonna lie. I still win with this guy, but he might... Oh man, I don't think I won this game. I don't think I can win. Yeah, I'm retreating. No, I'm not winning this. He's got a much better shot of winning than I do. Okay, anyways, let me go get a drink. Actually, you know what, guys? Let me take a quick break, okay? And we'll go for another hour after this, but let me just take a quick break because I've been going for a while now. And then we'll be right back, we'll finish this video. Come at me, bitch. I press A so that I can time that jump, and you decide to talk to the fucking pink bomb? How that door works. It's gonna suck though, because I got a hunter right in front of me. Don't touch me, bitch. No! My control won't react. My controls won't react as well. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Did that really just happen? Are you fucking kidding me? Yo, what is going on? Are you fucking kidding me? Yo, I'm struggling right now. I'm struggling with this shit. I suck at Mario, man. Like, Papa, where are you? Where you at, Papa? You out here, Papa? Trying to look for you, Papa. I can't seem to find you anywhere, Papa. I would like to find you so I can sleep with you, Papa. Oh god. Kingdom Hearts so that my one buddy could experience Metal Gear Solid. Alright? I put myself through that. I'm willing to put myself through watching Sailor Moon so that my one friend can experience what it's like to be blessed by Dragon Ball. You know who you are. I'm clipping this because I need to send it to them. Like someone is dying and you're never gonna remember them ever again. Like I was here sitting, dude, this is actually pretty good. I wouldn't mind if the whole game was like this. And then he fucking ruins it with the fucking ice cream. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Yo, they ruined it with the ice cream line. Who am I gonna have ice cream with? Like, are you fucking kidding me, bro?
I got you.
As this announcer has a bias. I see how it is, announcer. My goal was from like the half line. You didn't say that about my goal. Ah. It's not magnificent. Look at that. I was half at the half field. Whatever. Yo, I actually my pimp scarf back on. You got it? You beat it? Yeah. Good for you, man. Nice. Got a copy of a card in your opponent's hand. Wait, get a copy of a card in your opponent's hand. Okay, what did I get a copy of?
These nuts.
Sure. Sure. It was L1. Even though I've Even though this whole time I've been shooting with fucking square. No! I followed him to his death and my death. God damn it.
Gain the lead.
Oh god, that CPU is fucking killing my stream deck too. Fucking A.
Active camo available.
Struggle is real.
Halfway to victory.
I just want to clip that. I'm doing alright, Snowy. Thank you for. Oh god. Oh god. Damn! Okay! Nah. Nah. I cannot. I have to be moral here. I have to be moral here. No, yes you do. Yes you do.
What's going on here? Is Dr. Crocker? I think you owe me an explanation. What happened here?
Listen, dude. Listen to me. Pressing the wrong things.
Okay, yeah, it should be over. It should be over. Stop.
Ref, just stop it!
Ref.
Yeah, I think the ref should really stop this. This is crazy.
Oh my, no, don't freeze on me now.
Freeze right here.
Oh, you fucking cocksucker there, mate. Come on.
Why'd you turn English when you said that? What the fuck?
I put it to picture.
You got this. Oh my god, you're gonna run out. You're gonna run out. Oh, you didn't though. How clutch is that? Alright, let's do this. Oh my You see, that's what I was worried about. And all that. It's a cool fight. It's a cool fight. Oh god, you're not gonna get me, bro. You're gonna get me with this booby trap, bro. Let's go. I can't even be mad, bro. Oh, fuck you. Listen. I'm tired of your shit. Screw you, Xehanort. I'll fuck you up. Every day. Never mind. You know it.
Hey, bro, you want some?
I'll take customs even, man. I'll do custom work and stuff. Where's Milos? Oh, here you are. It's my buddy's palette collection.
I think this is familiar. Who would be texting me at midnight? Oh, that's you, duh.
That's crazy. Milos, you are one crazy fellow.
Hey man, I like this game, so why the fuck not?
Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Wait, what's the purpose of this hole again?
No reason other than we have a hole similar like this in another location. We've actually I've never taken you there.
Oh! No! I was... No! You son of a bitch! God damn it. It was good, fam. Let's finish this video. No, that's not the right thing.
Me neither. Time for Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super, kicking off right after the release of the impressively mediocre Resurrection F film, the powers that be behind
Impressively
Dragon Ball Super's
mediocre.
creation saw fit
It wasn't
to
that
cap
bad.
not one, but two films in significantly lower quality with little to no extra content worth exploring. Let's see how I thought that went. The Battle of Gods arc. I don't think a single show has given me more whiplash than
It was
this
pretty
right
bad.
here. When I heard that Dragon Ball was returning for
It
the
was
very
pretty
first
bad.
time since I was a little kid,
This is
I
probably
legit got chills, I'm sure, like many
C-tier.
of you, and readied my body for the awesomeness
The fight
I
was
was
good.
anticipating to commence. When I found out that they were recapping a film that came out 2 years prior, I was disappointed, and then I saw this face. Yeah,
that was pretty
became
bad.
The face of Dragon Ball Super for me. I
Yep.
was destroyed. And look, it's not like there's anything necessarily wrong with this story, but there's nothing really in this arc that's done better than the film itself. I suppose I
Yeah.
liked in theory the notion of extending the fights to
The
match
fight was
run times
extended.
of the Z fights, but there was nothing of substance really added. There's an entire episode where Goku and Beerus literally threaten to punch the universe in half, and it's by far one of the dumbest things I think I've ever seen in this show, and I've seen some dumb things in this show. Overall, I'm flirting with the idea of putting this in C tier, but the animation is just so bad I have to
D
put it
tier.
into D tier.
Yeah.
The Resurrection F arc. Resurrection F, on the other hand, was a film I thought left a lot to be desired. However, what they did add to this, while it's better than what Battle of Gods offered, nothing new, outside of Goku and Vegeta's training episode, which I still like, this is still a massive step backwards in every conceivable way. Managing to make a film I already didn't like even worse by tanking the animation more than I had ever seen in the prior arc,
The
while
animation's pretty
also
shit.
being in and of itself a pointless retread. It's
Ugh.
worse than Battle of Gods, but I'm still D tier. The
Yeah.
Universe 6 tournament.
This is where it finally got
I
spicy.
was hyped to see this arc. I was hyped to finally see some new stuff from Dragon Ball that wasn't a retread of the older films. The ending itself is flashy and fun, but I'm gonna call a spade here, and this might be controversial, but I thought this arc was boring. With that said, however, it is
Yeah, it
still
was a
nowhere
little
near as
boring.
bad as the prior two arcs and offered up something new at the very
It
least.
started
for us to
getting
enjoy.
spicy from
I
here,
like
though.
some of the fights, or well, I should say I enjoyed part of some of the fights. I like the theme behind Vegeta versus Kaba, although the action felt a bit limited. I liked the Super Saiyan transformation part of Goku versus Frost, and I liked Goku versus Hit. I think my favorite part of this was, funnily enough, not the Kaioken, though I did like that a lot, but I found myself having more fun with Goku finding his footing against Hit himself in the early stages of the contest. There's a lot of fights in this, but overall I think it's the weakest tournament arc in all of Dragon Ball. It's not bad,
Probably.
but it's not great either. It's a really middle-of-the-pack type arc, so I think I'm going to put it in C tier.
Not
The
bad.
Jelly
than C tier.
Vegeta arc.
That's an arc? Shut the fuck up. Stop.
Wait, I forgot the Otherworld tournament. I forgot to include that in this video. Okay, if you're counting that as a tournament arc, that's worse than this one. So
There you go,
if I'm
fair
putting
enough.
this in C tier, I'll put the Otherworld tournament in D tier. I didn't win that tournament. Speaking
was
of not
pretty
great,
bad.
let's talk about the disaster that was Jelly Vegeta. Truth be told, I know
Jelly
that's
Vegeta
not
was
the name
horrible,
of this
and
arc,
it's
but
not
it's
an
the
actual
one that
arc.
literally everyone online
It's a
uses,
filler.
and so for the purposes of this video, and
Jelly
fuck it,
Vegeta arc.
henceforward, that's the official name I hereby decree. The arc itself is super short, feels totally pointless, and feels like it incorporates the likes of Goten and Trunks more out
For
of
nothing.
pity than any other
For
reason
no
it's not used in
reason.
the story. Much the same way I included Garlic Jr. for the lulz, I'm throwing this one down in F tier because I found it so
The first
annoying
card
to
you
enjoy.
play here is
I will
destroyed.
say though that Brian Drummond coming back as the voice of Jelita was a really nice touch in the English dub. so
Jelita, oh
there's
my
that.
god.
And I'm black, y'all. And I'm blacker than black. And I'm black, y'all. And I'm blickety black, blacker than black, black. I'm blacker than black, yo. Because I'm black.
So I'll say, of the whole Super franchise, this might be my favorite arc. I think it is my favorite arc. Actually, no, it is my favorite arc. But there's so many fucking holes with it. If honestly, compared to the other arcs, this is probably going to end up being like a B tier, if anything.
You know what's funny about
And that's the best rating this whole series is gonna get.
Dragon Ball Super? It started off in the worst of ways, but managed to crawl back from the abyss and deliver a better arc each and every time it released one. Think about it. The first two arcs were AIDS. The Universe 6 arc was okay, if not boring, and now we have Goku Black, otherwise known as the Future Trunks arc. Not bad. A train wreck of an ending, but otherwise not bad. Well, that's perhaps being a little too generous. I've gone on the record and stated numerous times that this arc feels like there's a lot of padding, and that more importantly, the logic of the mechanics in this story don't actually make any sense when you sit down and think about it.
Yes.
And the writers knew that, I think. Aside from having the worst ending in the series, I think there's a lot to like about this arc, and it managed to deliver one of the most iconic characters to stem from Super's 3-year run. Goku Black himself.
Yeah.
Furthermore, there are interesting conversations on topics that are being contended with here between right and wrong, moral superiority, and different ethical dilemmas, many of which are glossed over and not dealt with, but while we're flirting with answering these questions in the middle of the story, it's interesting at the very least. The action in this is easily the best in the series thus far, and even managed to bring some fans back that otherwise gave up on the show after Animation Gate in 2015. Choosing where to place this is difficult, but at the end of the day, I think it's better than Universe 6 by a wide margin, but nowhere near as good as the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai, so
B.
I guess plopping it in B tier is acceptable for me. The Universe Survival Arc. For those curious, by the way, of my comprehensive thoughts concerning this arc as well as all the other super arcs, I made a series a couple of years ago where I go through everything, and my feelings are pretty much the same now as they were back then, so check it out if you're curious. With that said, I probably will sound a lot more positive in those reviews than I do here, where I'm comparing everything from Super to the very best from the original run. And with that out of the way, let's talk about the anime's conclusion with the Universe Survival Arc and the Tournament of Power itself. Some people love this. Some people hate this arc with a burning hot passion. Personally, I find myself landing close to the middle, maybe leaning a bit more to the side of enjoying it. All things being equal, though, I think this arc is much better than Goku Black. However, I think Goku Black is a much better antagonist when compared to the likes of Jiren. And before I hear in the comments, oh, Jiren wasn't an antagonist. Yes, he was. An antagonist is someone that serves to stand in the way, obstruct, or otherwise antagonize our point of view characters. He isn't a villain, that is true, but that is also fundamentally different to an antagonist.
Draw one plus card from your deck.
Is supposed to be in this. Aside from that, this arc suffers from a lot of issues, not the least of which being its length. With so many fights involved, this is a slog to get through. I mean, I don't think anyone thought Tien was going to win this tournament, and waiting for him to get eliminated was a slog if ever I did see one. Not to mention a terrible episode and elimination that he ultimately received in the end. With that said, however, when an episode hits, it absolutely annihilates.
Roshi did well. The Roshi episode was great.
Episodes, 18 or 19 of them would come straight from this very long arc, with my number one favorite episode being episode 131. Handled by the now household name of Megumi Ishitani, who would later go on to do amazing things with One Piece, episode 131 of Super is breathtaking in all of the best ways, both narratively and visually, thanks to the likes of Yuya Takahashi, contributing one of the coolest moments in the series through Frieza and Goku's team.
Yuya Takahashi,
Despite Frieza's recruitment early on being amazing and major story beats in the plot being solid, the arc itself has a lot of padding, moves at glacial pace, and Jiren sucks beyond belief. Vegeta repeats character moments he had in Z time and again, and overall, there are great moments but equally disappointing ones and flaccid moments to boot. I think due to that, I'll give this one a B tier too, but top of B tier. Better than Goku Black in my opinion. And to be honest, I think if we cut this arc down by maybe 35%, this arc would get a much better ranking in this list. The Moro arc. If I'm being perfectly honest, I wasn't sure if I should even include the Moro arc from the manga, as the manga itself feels like an entirely different story for a multitude of reasons. I mean, the Universe Survival arc is so different from the anime in the manga that I'd put the manga version of the events into D tier if I could. So that will tell you just how different these two versions of the story really are. With that said, however, I do want to include this as it is part of the ongoing Dragon Ball story and it is an arc. I felt weird about the Moro arc, however, while I was reading it month to month. Because of the way the manga is laid out and the way the action doesn't really do anything, when you're caught waiting for a particular fight to end for 3 months at a time, you tend to lose interest really fast and almost forget certain plot beats. However, for a binging experience with this arc being completely done and being able to read it from start to finish in one go, this arc was a lot of fun, offered Vegeta a nice piece of character development, which is more than I can say for pretty much all of Dragon Ball Super, and we got to go back to Namek for a bit, which is always good. Again, like the other parts of this video, I wrote a full review of this arc a couple of years back when it concluded, and to be honest, it holds up really well. It's not as good as the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai, but it is worthy of being an 18
What happened to my
entry,
card?
I think, at least for now. Maybe below or around the Boo arc. And that should do it.
Oh,
I'm not going to cover the Granola arc seeing as it hasn't finished yet, and I'm not caught up on it either. I do plan on reviewing it someday soon though, it's just got to end first. But yeah, that's my tier list. Let me know how stupid or wrong you think I am in the comments down below, and don't forget to scream at me on Twitter. If I don't get at least 50 people screaming at me in my mentions, I sometimes worry that Twitter has gone down or broke or something. I love you all. One Piece review next week, and then the world. I've been Toy Nut Mark. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
I think that was a solid tier list. I think that was a solid tier list. Oh my god, Dragon Ball Super review, that's such a long video. I think that was a solid tier list. I could agree with most of that. I actually pretty much agree with all of it. You thought, bitch. You really did. Alright, this is the part where we have some fun. I do this here. 5. I should probably do this here. Let's see what happens. Excuse me. Hulk? I don't think Hulk's gonna help him. Yeah, okay. Good. We ranked up. Badass. Good rank up. That was a good rank up. It's getting tense out here, boys. It's getting tense out here. Alright, we finally finished up with all this shit. Wow. Alright, we're gonna just play another one. Let's get another W. And then we'll call Marvel Snap. We'll play a little bit of Minecraft. Okay. Let's pick a video. What did you see? Attack on Titan. A colossal review. Jesus Christ. Why does it have to be so long? I don't want to do that long. A big review. Totally Not Mark does really long videos. Okay, we get it. Jesus Christ. Okay, clear this. Let's go over here to my playlist. Let's react to this stuff. Oh well, this is remove from react. Remove from react. Oh shit, we're running out of react shit. Remove from react. Fuck.
Did you know that after Metroid Prime 3 was finished, one of its developers pitched a game called Metroid Tactics? Or that Next Level Games was building a Metroid game with PS3 level graphics codenamed Project Valkyrie? And years before that, Miyamoto was pushing for Metroid to get a sequel on the Nintendo 64? We talked to some former employees of Retro Studios, Next Level Games, Nintendo, Rareware, and even Rockstar to learn more about all three games, and why they never saw the light of day. There's lots to cover, so we'll jump straight into it with Metroid Tactics, a concept pitched internally at Retro Studios by a member of the Metroid Prime team, Paul Tozer. Did You Know Gaming spoke with Paul a few months ago, and he was kind enough to tell us about this piece of Metroid history that before now, no one outside of Retro even knew existed. Metroid Tactics was aimed at the Wii, and Paul wrote up the pitch in late 2007, pretty much immediately after Metroid Prime 3 was finished. As far as the story goes, Tactics would have been a series prequel. According to the pitch document, the events in this game take place long before all other games in the Metroid series. It marks the very moment when Samus Aran first separates from the Chozo who raised her from childhood, encounters humanity, and becomes a bounty hunter. The game also marks humankind's very first encounter with the space pirates and Metroids. Samus must cooperate with an elite team of highly trained Galactic Federation troopers and colorful bounty hunters to stop the incursion on several Galactic Federation planets, at various locations on planets such as Norion and Earth, and eventually take on the space pirates at their outpost on planet Zebes. As for the gameplay, it's basically XCOM, Paul told us. It was XCOM in the Metroid universe, except instead of fighting aliens, you're fighting space pirates, who are also aliens, but different. If you're not familiar with XCOM, it's like a more mature and complex version of Mario and Rabbids gameplay, sort of in the same ballpark as Fire Emblem, Advance Wars, and Final Fantasy Tactics. In XCOM, about half the game is grid-based tactical combat, and the other half is spent at your base hiring and outfitting soldiers, building base expansions like genetics labs and satellite uplinks, having your scientists research new weapons and equipment, and so on. XCOM was a revolutionary PC game back in 1994, then in 2012 got a remake for the PS3, Xbox 360, Vita, PC, mobile, basically every platform that wasn't Nintendo. Maybe because it was rated M, but of course.
Isn't this kind of in bad taste? World Cup Dwarf Super Bowl? And you have Messi, who was legally a dwarf at one point? I feel like that's a little insensitive, don't you think? Oh, this fucking show. Why is this show so hyped? I don't understand. I want to see what this girl has to say about it, though. This show is trash. I don't know why it's so hyped. It's just Scooby-Doo. Who gives a shit about Scooby-Doo? Okay, I mean... Ooh, this looks cool, but I can't now. Why not? Ooh. Let's give this a shot. Why not? And then, there. There we go. That should be more than enough.
Of course, Retro would have had its own unique spin on the XCOM formula. According to the pitch document, Metroid Tactics allows the player to control the legendary Samus Aran, a squad of elite Galactic Federation troops, and various other bounty hunters as they work together to defeat the space pirates. Along the way, the player can hire new units and upgrade all of the units in his team with many different kinds of new armor, weapons, skills, and abilities, with Samus and the various bounty hunters having a large number of unique abilities that will prove invaluable in combat. Samus is the main character.
Seems like a horrible game. Sounds like a horrible game. I don't like that Samus is working with other people. I feel like Samus has always worked alone because of her race being like special or some shit like that. I don't remember exactly what the plot point was, but yeah, what? No. I don't fuck with that. I don't fuck with it at all. I think I have enough to win here. When you play a card here, add a copy to another location. Okay, perfect.
But you don't really play as Samus. She's just
Why is it I always get
soldier
mirror
under the
matches
player's
whenever
command.
I'm playing these
So,
people?
who's the player character?
Okay, player takes the role of a Galactic Federation commander. Even has a name for him. I'm not going to repeat. Pretty stupid name.
Paul had grown to dislike the name he came up with 15 years earlier, but he showed it to us eventually. It's Galactic Federation Commander Justin Bailey. That's a reference to the famous password for the original NES Metroid that removed
Card with
Samus's
the
power
highest
suit.
value.
Justin Bailey was one of those gaming mysteries that survived for decades, long rumored to be the name of one of the developers or an inside joke, but in reality was just a randomly generated password. As Commander
I got
Bailey,
an
you acquire
idea.
cash by completing missions, and extra cash by accomplishing side objectives like rescuing civilians on the battlefield. Space pirates drop their weapons and other technology after they're killed, which can be sold off for even more cash. Back at the base, you can spend your space bucks to hire Galactic Federation troopers and extremely powerful bounty hunters, who of course are more expensive, and also purchase weapons, armor, various equipment, and skill upgrades. According to the doc, each unit will have abilities specific to that character. For example, Samus will be able to use her Power Beam, Plasma Beam, Nova Beam, which can pass through walls and can damage multiple enemies in sequence, Missile, Ice Missile, which freezes non-boss enemies for several turns, Super Missile, Seeker Missile, Boost Ball, that has fast movement and can damage and knock back enemies, and Power Bombs. The doc goes on to explain how each unit can earn experience through battle, and they'll gain access to new abilities. Like Samus can't use her Seeker Missile ability from the get-go, but will acquire it at a later level. Galactic Federation troopers are the grunts, carrying weapons like pistols, machine guns, sniper rifles, grenades, and recovered space pirate weapons. Leveling up through experience allows them to increase their accuracy, detect enemies at a longer distance,
Jesus Christ,
and
this is a
expand
mirror
their
match pretty
maximum
much.
AP. AP, or action points, are how every character moves and attacks. Every action costs a certain amount of AP. For example, a trooper can fire a standard shot for 2 AP, a burst shot for 4, or throw a grenade at the cost of 8 AP. The AP system's illustrated by the pitch document's one and only mock-up screenshot, which shows Samus and a couple of troopers fighting a space pirate and a berserker pirate. At this moment, it's one of the troopers' turns. So far, he spent 7 of his 12 AP, and his options are movement, shooting, taking a crouch stance, and guard mode. During gameplay, all these options are selected with the Wii's pointer controls. The pitch doc says Metroid Tactics uses a control interface similar to mouse-driven turn-based PC game interfaces, but highly customized for the Wii, then lays out details for button functions and so forth. The Berserker's battle is meant to be one of the game's boss fights. Talking more about bosses, the doc says, Metroid Tactics presents a unique opportunity in the scale and scope of the major battles, and the presence of massive
I think I
boss
won this
creatures
game.
and challenging boss-like encounters that will demand the utmost of the player's tactical decision-making. Many of the most famous creatures from the Metroid franchise, such as Ridley and the Berserker Pirate, are a natural fit for the massive boss battles that will require the utmost of Samus and her team, and the doc ends with an explanation of why the game should get made. 4 points are given, bringing Metroid's huge boss battles into an entirely new genre.
Oh my
Inventive
god, this is
uses
a
of the
crazy
Wii
matchup
remote
right now.
That it'll be pretty cheap to produce since it can reuse much of the Prime Trilogy's engine, models, and animations, and the format makes multiplayer easy to develop without having to worry too much about network performance or bandwidth. In other words,
This is
online frame drops
ridiculous.
won't break a tactics game like they would in a first-person shooter. So why didn't
This is a
Metroid Tactics
crazy
get made?
game right
The
now.
pitch was designed and presented by Paul Tozer, a huge Metroid fan who joined Retro Studios after
This is
Metroid
wild.
Prime and became one of the
The
programmers
amount of
for
math
Prime
that
2
this
and 3.
fucking
Retro
machine's
was getting
making
kind
right
of
now.
burnt out on Metroid after the second Prime game and wanted to move on to another IP. That's when they asked Nintendo if they could make a Zelda spin-off starring Sheik. But Satoru Iwata asked them to make one more
this
Metroid
is an
Prime
easy
to
one.
finish the trilogy, which they did. Then afterwards, Retro really wanted to
Snapped.
move on. We heard this from several other Retro guys we spoke to. They called it franchise fatigue. But Paul was one of the team members still gung-ho on Metroid, and was ready for Prime 4, or a spin-off like Metroid Tactics.
Prime
He
4
ended
would've
up
been
quitting
awesome.
the same week Retro switched to making Donkey Kong games. As far as his credentials,
wow.
Paul's got design credits on 3 strategy games that did release, and he also helped write the design
still
for
won,
Heroes of
didn't I?
Hyrule, the Zelda Tactics game Retro
Oh,
cooked up
Jesus
3
Christ,
years
no, I
earlier.
didn't.
We talked about that pitch a few months ago. We'll have a link in the description in case you missed that video. But while Heroes of Hyrule had several developers
That's
working on it
crazy.
before
This game was
ultimately getting
nuts.
rejected by Nintendo, Metroid Tactics was just Paul, and it got rejected by Retro's higher-ups. Nintendo never saw the pitch. Paul told us, if there was a way to pitch something from inside Retro Studios that would make it all the way up the chain to Nintendo and actually get approved for production, then I never figured out what it was, and no one else at Retro did either. In order to succeed, a pitch would have to enlist the support of then design lead Mark Pacini, studio head Michael Kelbaugh, and Nintendo producer Kensuke Tanabe. And those three individuals had wildly different tastes and perspectives on gameplay and different goals for what they wanted to see Retro Studios working on. Knowing what we know now, there's a good chance Nintendo would have rejected the pitch anyway, since they started development on Metroid Other M around the same time. And it's unlikely they would have greenlit two Metroid games to release so close together on the same console. And, well, that's the story of Metroid Tactics from start to finish. A cool idea from the Metroid Prime team that just never got any traction. Sure would be
Switching
cool to
over
see an
to
XCOM fan
Minecraft.
mod someday, though. Okay, now for the next game. In 2014, 3 pieces of concept art were accidentally shared online by a former artist at Next Level Games, the studio probably best known today as the developers of Luigi's Mansion 2 and 3. Most of the guys we reached out to weren't willing to talk, and pretty much everyone who would talk wanted to remain anonymous, so we're gonna have to leave out a lot of names. But essentially, a former Next Level artist posted these 3 pieces on his art website. One shows a stylized Samus design, 2 Samuses actually, which we'll explain here in just a minute. The second piece shows a giant boss creature. Zoom in and you can see some humans providing scale. And the last piece was another boss design, but with less work put into it. If you Google this cancelled project nowadays, you won't find much. Just this fan wiki calling it a cancelled 3DS game, and a few articles published back when the art surfaced saying, it's unlikely we'll receive solid answers as to what exactly this art is from or what it could have been. And that, sadly, we may never know the full story. Well, after looking into it, we did get the full story. It was called Project Valkyrie, a series of prototypes built over the course of 7 years, although development actually began on the Nintendo DS, not the 3DS. We talked to 3 former Next Level devs. One of them said, as far as we got with it, it was a pretty straightforward multiplayer deathmatch. The first version on DS was very small, I remember. The dev team was probably less than 5 or 6 people. I don't think it was anything beyond that. I think I was the only 3D character modeler on that project at that time. So I was the one doing all those Samus iterations and power-up icons. The goal was essentially to make an online standalone version of the multiplayer modes found in Metroid Prime Hunters and Metroid Prime 2. Next Level worked on the DS version of Project Valkyrie for about 4 months. They call this DS version Phase 1 of development, and it was pretty basic, with each player controlling a different Samus. There was an orange one, a purple one, and so on. When Samus's concept art made its way online, some fans thought the art style was pretty weird. But the modeler told us the in-game models were pretty faithful to what Samus looked like in Metroid Prime, but with far fewer polygons. The second Samus in that concept art shows some glowing panels on Samus's suit. These were added to help players see each other at a distance.
It's fucking running
and the
late,
concept
bro.
art was labeled Valkyrie because that was the game's codename, Project Valkyrie. That's a reference to Norse mythology. Valkyries are feminine figures who guide the souls of the dead into the afterlife. Our anonymous modeler also made an in-game model for this boss concept. He remembers it as a legless crustacean-like creature with mantis arms and articulate mandibles, kind of like a hydralisk from StarCraft. But it wasn't something players teamed up to beat. The bosses were more like obstacles. Killing your opponents was still the primary focus, and giant enemies running amok were there to enhance the PvP experience. As for the battlefield, Phase 1 was still early days, so they'd only built a pretty flat, basic environment. But Next Level had never made a portable game before, only home console titles, and they were having trouble getting Valkyrie off the ground. I remember the programmers had really huge trouble making it, another dev told us. Because we were used to developing on a more powerful console, it was 4 players, but they were super low res. They didn't look very good because it was on Nintendo DS. After about 4 months, Nintendo decided to pull the plug. Next Level was always careful never to say publicly that they worked on Metroid, but here's how their director Bryce Holiday described their project's termination a few years later. He told Kotaku, "We were developing something in secret like we usually do working with Nintendo. There was a conference call where it was kind of announced to us that we would stop working on what we were currently doing and start," they even added a little drum roll, "to work on Luigi's Mansion 2. Kensuke Tanabe is a funny guy and he was trying to get me excited for this bad news." Someone else on the call said there was about 30 seconds of stunned silence. In hindsight, it was probably the best thing that ever happened to them. Luigi's Mansion 2 went on to shatter all expectations, selling twice as many copies as the GameCube original and outselling the entire Metroid Prime trilogy combined. After Luigi's Mansion launched in 2013, Nintendo had Next Level start working on a few more secret projects, including a Wii U mech game. But we don't want to get sidetracked talking about other projects, so we'll keep this story centered on Metroid. Long story short, Nintendo eventually told them to cancel everything else and focus on resurrecting Project Valkyrie. The devs call this stage of development Phase 2. Now with the team tripled in size, they were leaving the underpowered DS behind and developing console-level assets. All the original code was thrown out, but the core idea remained the same: 4-player online deathmatch. The 3D modeler told us Phase 2 was for a more Wii U-like hardware, as we were much less restricted on things like polygon count. It wasn't explicitly for the Wii U, but the prototype we were working on had none of the technical constraints of Phase 1. It wasn't clear what the original platform was yet, but it would have been vastly more powerful than the original DS, so we began in a more ambitious direction. The models for the weapons, enemies, and environments were closer to a PS3 game at that point. The battlefield was a more robust environment. I think it was like inside a space station kind of feel. There was a boss I made that was sort of a tripod inside an orb, that when you shot it enough it would open up and change forms. It was definitely inspired by the War of the Worlds tripods. A little less organic, more mechanical, but still that whole like tall walking alien thing. Players could also collect upgrades to get an advantage over their opponents, like missiles, speed boosters, teleportation power-ups, stronger lasers, and so on. There was also parts of the stage you could destroy with certain weapons, like destroying walls that had upgrades hidden behind them, strategic high ground, or shortcuts to flank your enemies, and of course morph ball-sized tunnels to roll around in. But we should note that the 3D modeler we talked to left the company before Phase 2 was finished, so he can't confirm if tunnels or the tripod were ever implemented, but that's the direction they were headed when he walked out the door. However, not long after he left, Project Valkyrie's development took a major turn. Kensuke Tanabe, the same guy who did the drum roll and told them Phase 1 was cancelled, had actually been wanting to make a story-based game that focused on Federation soldiers since the original trilogy wrapped up. As a producer at Nintendo, he oversaw both Retro Studios and Next Level Games, and with Retro now working on Donkey Kong, he saw this as an opportunity to have Next Level finally make his idea into a reality. He also wanted it to be a launch title for the new Nintendo 3DS, an upgraded 3DS model releasing holiday 2014. As a result, the graphics had to get scaled down dramatically to work on a handheld. We talked to another team member who stayed on till the project was finished. He said, "We were told it should be a co-op game, 4 players, in the Metroid Prime universe. That was kind of our directive. Nintendo were quite specific that that's what they wanted, but once they told us that, we still had creative freedom in designing levels and stuff. But the overall vision of the game was 4-player co-op in the Metroid universe." If you haven't figured it out already, what happened to Project Valkyrie was that it ultimately got transformed into Metroid Prime Federation Force. Instead of a fast-paced PvP deathmatch in the Metroid universe, Federation Force was a slower co-op title with an emphasis on PvE, player versus environment. In other words, up to 4 players teaming up to solve puzzles and fight enemies through a story-focused campaign. Despite its reputation, Federation Force really wasn't that bad. Browse through YouTube reviews nowadays and you'll see most folks who gave it a chance actually liked it for what it was, as opposed to hating it for what it wasn't. If released back when Metroid was practically an annual franchise, it probably would have gotten a similar reception as Metroid Prime Hunters and Pinball, but that wasn't the situation. After all those years without a traditional Metroid, fans were in no mood for Federation Force. Making things worse, the game ended up being delayed more than a year past the new 3DS launch window and wasn't ready until 2016. When Federation Force finally hit store shelves, it managed to sell only 150,000 copies, making it the worst-selling Metroid game of all time. It's impossible to know if Project Valkyrie would have fared any better, but it probably couldn't have done much worse. To close out the story, we talked to one more team member who told us the prototypes were more like Quake, like a Quake game but Metroid. I think to this day I'm more in love with the early exploration than I am with the final product. And that's the story of Project Valkyrie. A 7-year development story starting on Nintendo DS, upgrading to a console-level graphics Quake-like project, then ultimately turning into Federation Force. Okay, now on to Metroid 64. But before we get to the modern day quotes, let's dig through some old magazines to see what the devs said back in the 90s. Tons of classic Nintendo series made their transition to 3D.
There's a Metroid 64?
But that didn't necessarily have to be the path forward for Metroid. Miyamoto still had a lot of enthusiasm for 2D games in the early 3D era, as well as excitement for what the Nintendo 64 could achieve in 2D that wasn't possible on the Super Nintendo. And he said as much over the course of several magazine interviews. He told GameFan magazine in August 2000, "Before, yes, the technology allowed us to only make 2D games, but now we have the option to make 3D games as well. It's not about a transition, but rather the expansion of the alternatives we now have." As a matter of fact, I don't think the possibility of 2D has died down at all. It will just keep on going. And he told Nintendo Power in October 1996, the N64 is really an interesting and exciting machine. In some cases, 2D images created on the N64 may be more interesting than 3D graphics. We can create high quality and cool 2D graphics. As for N64 Magazine UK, he said, 3D graphics are fine, but polygons offer a kind of solid graphics. And if you like it, that's alright, but texture mapped graphics are always limited to set ways, and they will always look similar. However, when it comes to 2D graphics, there's a variety of ways in which you can paint the original pictures that are used in the game. You could use an airbrush, you could use a pencil, you could use chalk, or many other ways. You can paint the pictures.
Did you just get struck by lightning?
And in Gamers Republic November 1999 issue, he stated, after working for years on developing games on N64, I don't think it's necessarily right that action games all be in 3D. Nintendo didn't end up making many 2D games for N64, but Yoshi's Story is the best example of one that did get made. It was also the best-selling example, with Miyamoto describing it as 2.5D with a cardboard art style. As far as graphics and gameplay, Metroid 64 could have been a direct sequel to Super Metroid. A great template could have been Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which released 6 months after the Nintendo 64 hit store shelves and spawned the genre-defining term Metroidvania, even if it was meant to have a mocking connotation at the time. There were a lot of requests for Metroid 64 in the 90s, and Miyamoto said he was passing along fan letters to the guys in charge. He was also bringing it up in high-level meetings. Gamers Republic magazine asked Miyamoto, what remaining 16-bit sequels might we see on the Nintendo 64? Miyamoto laughed and said, well, Metroid. Although I'm not the Metroid producer, whenever I come across the opportunity in a company meeting, I try to suggest it. Miyamoto had a lot of sway, but unfortunately Metroid wasn't under his control. The series was under Nintendo R&D 1, who were too busy making Virtual Boy games like Mario's Tennis and Wario Land, as well as Game Boy games like Wario Land 2 and 3 and the Game & Watch Gallery games. In fact, that's
the games that kind of
only
flop.
games they were making for the 5 years after Super Metroid. And according to Miyamoto, that was keeping them too busy to make any N64 games. What he didn't mention was that the Metroid series' sales were declining with each new entry, which was presumably one of the reasons 8-bit Wario was taking priority over 64-bit Samus. Wario Land sequels weren't just quicker and easier to make. They sold better too, and despite its critical acclaim, Symphony of the Night's sales were pretty lackluster. People just weren't really buying 2D games at the dawn of the 3D era. So even if Miyamoto was still a believer in 2D, financially speaking, 3D might have been the only viable option for Metroid 64. And that brings us to something of a roadblock. Super Metroid's director Yoshio Sakamoto's problems with 3D. Looking back years later, he said, I was actually thinking about the possibility of making a Metroid game for the N64, but I felt I shouldn't be the one making the game. When I held the N64 controller in my hands, I just couldn't imagine how it could be used to move Samus around. So for me, it was just too early to personally make a 3D Metroid. Using the joystick, just like any other 3D game, seems like the obvious answer, but Sakamoto has some interesting hang-ups when it comes to controllers. A decade later, he insists that Metroid Other M not use a Wii nunchuck, but instead only use the Wii remote held sideways, like an NES controller. In another interview, Sakamoto gave a few more reasons why he didn't make Metroid 64. That the story was already wrapped up at the end of Super Metroid. That it'd be difficult for his team at R&D 1 who made Game Boy games to make an N64 title, and that the console's graphical limitations would have made it difficult to achieve the realism the series was known for. Those are all pretty good reasons why R&D 1 wasn't the right team for the job. But the most interesting part of both these interviews is when Sakamoto says Nintendo asked an outside studio to make Metroid 64 for them. Essentially, the same thing Nintendo did a few years later when they outsourced Metroid Prime to Retro Studios. Except in that case, Retro accepted the offer. But for Metroid 64, the offer was refused. Quoting Sakamoto directly, he said, Nintendo at that time approached another company and asked them if they would make an N64 version of Metroid, and their response was that no, they could not. They turned it down, saying that unfortunately, they didn't have the confidence to create an N64 Metroid game that could compare favorably with Super Metroid. That's something I take as a compliment to what we achieved with Super Metroid. To us, that sounds like it might have been a polite way of declining Nintendo's offer, and maybe there was a bit more to the story. Which raises a couple of pretty big questions. Who did Nintendo ask to make Metroid 64, and what was the real reason they turned it down? Sakamoto purposely didn't say. He was asked to identify the studio, but he declined. Talking to folks in the industry, most rumors point to two Western studios, Rareware, the makers of Banjo-Kazooie and GoldenEye, and Rockstar, the makers of
Conker's Bad
Lemons
Fur
and,
Day.
of course, Grand Theft Auto. We set out to explore these rumors with mixed results, so let's get into it. One page of Nintendo history that's been mostly forgotten nowadays is the Ultra 64 Dream Team, about a dozen Western studios that Nintendo assembled to make exclusive third-party N64 games. Rareware was part of the Dream Team, and so was DMA Design, the studio who later became Rockstar. At the time, the company's founder, David Jones, said they were, quote, effectively a first-party studio belonging to Nintendo, and Miyamoto himself was directly involved with the Dream Team's management, to the extent that one executive highlighted their relationship by saying, quote, Mr. Miyamoto came to the first meeting in San Diego. We had the honor that this mother effer came to us. We spent a few months tracking down some lower-level guys from different corners of Rockstar, and most of them said they would have loved to work on Metroid, but no, they didn't hear about an offer from Nintendo. So we talked to a couple Rockstar producers. One of them said he had heard the rumors back then, but as far as he knew, they were just rumors. We even spent an hour on the phone with Jamie King, one of the 5 guys who founded Rockstar Games back in 1998. He was more than just a founder, though. He worked on countless titles, including the GTA series and some games for the Nintendo 64. Jamie was very friendly and forthcoming. He'd heard the rumors too, but again, just rumors. You can't go much higher than founders and producers. We can't rule out Rockstar with 100% certainty, but we're pretty confident they weren't the studio who turned down Metroid 64. So what about Rare? They were Nintendo's golden boy back in the 90s, and Miyamoto especially was a big fan. When he was asked what developers outside Nintendo he most admired, he didn't even have to think about it. Rare, he said. Rare makes very good games, but otherwise there are not many unusual or unique games out there at the moment, and that's what we should all be doing. Miyamoto expounded on that in other interviews, saying, quote, Rare's games are similar to Nintendo's, but the quality is extremely high. Rare has been able to make Nintendo 64 games which are even better looking than our own. Rare has done a lot for the gaming industry. All of Rare's games are 3D, but they all have very different gameplay. They are encouraging us to create a different genre of games that departs from 3D adventure gaming.
What game is this
Miyamoto
again?
was even in one of Rare's games, Perfect Dark. So we started looking into Rare. Just like Rockstar, the lower level staff didn't know much about it. But one guy we spoke to was Martin Wakely, the head of Rare's design team back in the 90s. He told us, I do have a vague recollection of talking about it in the old boardroom. I would have been making the decisions from the dev team perspective, and if it was offered to us, I probably would have said yes. I think the most likely thing that happened was Nintendo could have approached Rare about it, but it was at a time when Rare were keen to establish their own IP, and as a result get a higher cut of royalties, and it probably got rejected for that reason alone. I would have been the only person from the team involved in any discussions. Above me, it would have been Rare's management, Simon Farmer, or Rare's founders, the Stamper brothers, who would have spoken to Nintendo. So, money. That sounded like a more realistic reason an outside studio would have passed on Nintendo's offer. It took another year to get a hold of Simon Farmer. He's a very private person, and from what we've gathered, he's retired on a beach somewhere. We thought we were getting close to solving the mystery, but unfortunately he told us, there's no Metroid dirt, so you're barking up the wrong tree. Have a mojito for me. We're friendly with former Rare producer Kevin Bayless, and he backed up Simon's comments, saying, yeah, just a rumor. I used to spend a lot of time with Simon, so it sounded odd. If he'd have known, I'd have known. That means, if it was Rare, the only people who knew were the Stamper brothers. But they're infamous for almost never granting interviews, and unfortunately, we couldn't get them. For good measure, we also talked to some guys from Retro Studios, including Metroid Prime's original director, John Whitmore. He said Retro wasn't offered Metroid 64 and didn't think Rare did any work on it either.
I think if Rare had done it, we would know about it.
We also got in touch with Perrin Kaplan, a former Nintendo of America executive. In a 1997 magazine, she said she'd heard Metroid 64 was in development, but when we talked to her, she couldn't remember what she'd heard all those years ago, and neither could her business partner. We also spoke to a few other studios, but it was all wild goose chases and dead ends. So unfortunately, after 2 years of digging, we couldn't get a definitive answer on who turned down Metroid 64. As huge Metroid fans, we really want to fill this hole in the story. We've gotten kind of obsessed after all this time, so we're putting out a bounty. Somewhere out there, there's some developers who knows the name of that studio, and we'll pay $1,000 to hear their side of the story.
Just $1,000?
Our Twitter DMs are open. Message us
Just
anytime,
$1,000,
and we'd
boys.
be happy to keep your identity a secret. And
That's
also,
definitely
here's
not
some fine
enough.
print, so the terms of the bounty are
You ain't
clear
getting
and
that shit
upfront.
leaked, bro.
If we ever get the story, we'll share it in a future video. Did
You
you
won't
also
get
know
it.
Retro
1,000
wanted to add
bucks.
actual bounty hunting missions into Prime 3, but Nintendo said no? If you want to hear the full story, click the video on screen. Or, if you're more interested in
Interesting.
a
It
playable
just sounds
Metroid
like
game book
Metroid
only
Prime could
released
have
in
been
Japan, click
such
the
a
other
better
video.
franchise.
There's more videos like
but it
this
was
one
held
coming
back.
up, so subscribe if you don't want to miss them. Big thanks to all the devs who were willing to talk to us, our translators, and everyone who made this video possible. My name
Man,
is
I gotta
Vinny,
go to sleep
and
soon.
I wouldn't
getting
recommend
tired.
watching Vinesauce on Twitch or YouTube. It's just not worth it.
I have those games, by the way. I have to play them. What else?
When
What
I
else?
think of
What else?
timeless games, they give me the same feeling as when I originally played
Bungie,
them. The first one that comes to mind is
Halo.
Halo Combat Evolved. I still find myself periodically deciding to play through the campaign on Legendary again. Not for achievements, not for YouTube, not to become an amazing speedrunner, but because playing through the game, even though it's been out over 21 years and I played it since I was a kid, is still fun. When it was announced that Halo 4 was in production, I was super hyped to see the continuation of Master Chief's story and see what a new studio created specifically to make Halo games could do with the franchise. Once Halo 4 finally came out, I played it with my friends and we had fun with it. But something just felt off. And after a couple months we went back to Reach and I haven't touched my copy of Halo 4 since. But why? Halo 4 has better graphics, it has more game modes, Spartan Ops adds so much more content to the game, it has more customization, it has a multiplayer progression system, so why did I stop playing it when I still play Halo 1, which is over a decade older? I think it can be summarized with this phrase, 30 seconds of fun.
In Halo 1, there was maybe 30 seconds of fun that happened over and over and over and over again. So if you can get 30 seconds of fun, you can pretty much stretch that out to be an entire game. Encountering a bunch of guys, melee attacking one of them before they were aware, throwing a grenade into a group of other guys, and then cleaning up the stragglers before they could surround you. And so you can have all the great graphics and all the different characters and lots of different weapons with amazing effects, but if you don't nail that 30 seconds, you're not going to have a great game.
30 seconds of fun is a quote from Jamie Griesmer in 2003 that every die-hard Halo fan is familiar with. But out of everything in the nearly hour-long Halo 2 behind the scenes
Never heard that.
documentary, why is that short clip what stands out to most fans? Simply put, it's brilliant, and it represents everything that old-school Bungie was about. Bungie was founded in 1991 by two University of Chicago students, Alex Seropian and Jason Jones. Well, technically Alex founded the company and Jason joined shortly thereafter, but you can think of them as co-founders. Of the two, Alex was more business-oriented, while Jason was more creative. In the words of Jason Jones,
I was working on a game, and Alex was trying to start a company.
While Bungie now is known for Halo and Destiny, in the 90s they were one of the most respected game developers for the Mac, releasing a string of critical and commercially successful games. In 1993, Bungie released Pathways into Darkness. Pathways sold over 20,000 copies, making it Bungie's first
I don't know
commercially
if I ever
successful
heard of that
as it
game.
was their first to turn a profit. Building on the success of Pathways into Darkness, Bungie moved into their first office and released Marathon in 1994. Marathon was an even bigger success than Pathways, selling over 100,000 copies in its first year. This spawned two sequels, which were also critically and commercially successful, and in just a few years, Bungie had established itself as a legitimate studio capable of creating quality games. They followed the Marathon trilogy by shifting to a completely new genre, real-time strategy. They released two more successful games, Myth and Myth 2. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Myth 2 was not profitable for Bungie. Right after Bungie began shipping the game to retailers, a bug was discovered where if you uninstalled Myth 2, there was a chance that your entire hard drive could be erased.
Oh my
So,
God.
After they discovered this, Bungie decided to recall every single copy of Myth
Yes,
2.
please.
It ended up costing them about $1 million.
That's
When asked about the
horrible, but
recall, Jason
still, oh
Jones
my
said,
God.
The thing that made the decision easy was that if we were to ship the game anyway and try to fix the problem later, some people were gonna get screwed. And that was wrong. It might not have been very many people, maybe one or two, but it would have bothered us the rest of our lives.
Fair enough.
This decision did end
Honorable.
up leaving Bungie in a financial hole, but it also strengthened their reputation. So when Bungie started looking
Good.
for buyers, Microsoft jumped at the opportunity, and in 2000, Bungie was acquired by Microsoft. This deal meant that their newest project, Halo Combat Evolved, which began production in 1999, would be an exclusive launch title for the original Xbox. A new console
Nice.
from a company that had never made a console before in a market dominated by Sony and Nintendo. The Dreamcast also existed, but we don't really talk about that one. Developing a launch title, Bungie knew that they
What do you
had
mean?
a chance to
Dreamcast
be
is
the
awesome.
game on a brand new system, and they worked to make that a reality. So many elements and people came together to make Halo Combat Evolved what it was, and I want to recognize a few. First and foremost, Microsoft itself deserves credit. Bungie had had a rebellious persona, and with the acquisition from Microsoft, many of their fans thought that they were selling out. But although Bungie was now part of Microsoft, they fought to keep their own independence and ways of doing things. Microsoft, seeing the bigger picture, allowed Bungie to basically run themselves. Marty O'Donnell had worked on scores for Bungie games in the past, but in 1999, he was hired as an official Bungie employee. Marty was the audio lead composer and one of 2 credited sound designers for the first Halo game. Marty is, hands down, the best video game composer of all time. Every single track on the original Halo soundtrack is memorable and great. My personal favorite is Underground of Night. As a small team, Bungie employees would cross
I
over
just
to
don't know.
areas other than their
I don't
own.
know
They
enough
had a
about.
culture of pushback.
I don't know enough about Halo to have an opinion like that, but I mean, I'm not gonna say no simply because the Halo soundtrack is pretty epic. I'm not gonna lie. It is pretty epic. So, yeah, that's that's something. Just had a very bad thought in my head. Nothing crazy, but it's just like a negative thought. Negative thought I'm not a fan of. Yo, spread, bitch. I hate it. That's good. Sweet, sweet. You got a pickle, you got a pickle. Everybody got a pickle. Oh, we're missing pickles here.
Back, giving input, self-critique, and this means that even someone like Marty, who wrote music, recorded dialogue, etc., had other influence in seemingly random aspects of Halo, like the first Flood encounter.
Now, this is where
It's all right here.
what Jamie wanted to do here is immediately have, boom, the flood attack. And I said, please just give me a little time to say, all right, this is a creepy place.
You saved Halo 1.
I did.
Right here.
So when I say that Halo 1's story should be credited to Jason Jones and Joe Staten, I'm sure that they weren't the only ones to come up with plot points or ideas. As project lead, Jason helped plan out the higher level story of Combat Evolved, while Joe Staten, as director of cinematics and writer of mission scripts, executed the story. When you watch a Halo 1 cinematic, the cinematography, dialogue, everything was Joe. In the script of each mission, for example, in the Silent Cartographer, you're looking for the map to control room, and Cortana says this, and Captain Key says that. That's Joe Staten. To give a picture of how beloved Joe is, when he was hired by 343 Industries in 2020 to work on Halo Infinite, the Halo community was ecstatic. And just a few days ago, when Joe left 343, the community now is heartbroken and saying that Halo is dead.
That's unfortunate.
But back to the good times. Jason
That's
Jones,
really
Joe
unfortunate.
Staten, and everyone else at Bungie helped create, from a story perspective, a perfect first act. It's similar to the original Star Wars in that, in both cases, they didn't know that there would be a sequel, and so they both tell standalone, complete stories while also building a world and foundation that could later be built on, through primary story entries and expanded lore through other forms of media. Halo helps set many new standards in gaming, but there's one specific aspect where Halo's legacy still shines. Controls. Halo wasn't the first console first-person shooter, but prior to Halo, consensus was that FPS games were meant for computers. It makes sense.
I guess.
Aim and shoot, you move your mouse and click. While console shooters like GoldenEye exist and were beloved, playing a shooter on this was weird compared to a keyboard and mouse. The Xbox's Duke controller was a great controller for the time, and the problems that did exist with it were pretty much entirely solved by the S-Type later on, and for what Bungie had to work with, they matched the buttons perfectly. Things we take for granted now, walking with the left stick and aiming with the right stick feels great. I don't think it was the best Halo control scheme. I think the Xbox 360 adding...
Listen. Wait. Hold on. What did you just say?
Things we take for granted now, walking with the left stick and aiming with the right stick feels great.
Walking with the left stick, aiming with the right stick. Yeah, sure, but like, what the fuck was the point of your fucking blue and black buttons? It had no purpose. I've never used them in the game.
I don't
ever.
think it was the best Halo control scheme. I think the Xbox 360 adding bumpers was a great change, and I prefer Halo Reach's
Strange
controls,
being
but for the
biased
time,
was fucking
perfect.
Xbox.
And whatever
Xbox
doubts
was so
someone may
shit.
have had about a console first-person shooter just working, I think were destroyed. Although there are obviously still people who prefer mouse and keyboard, the fact that it's even debatable is a testament to Bungie. There are so many things that made the original Halo great. Besides what I've already mentioned, there's the Flood twist where the game just completely tonally shifts from epic sci-fi space opera to horror. The multiplayer and LAN parties, the perfectly balanced difficulties where as a 5-year-old I could beat the game on easy, and as a grown-up, Legendary feels challenging but not unfair like some other entries in the franchise. I can sit here and analyze this game or whatever, but there's just the fact that killing grunts with the assault rifle is fun. Headshotting enemies with the Magnum or the sniper rifle is fun. When Jamie Griesmer is saying that Halo 1 was 30 seconds of fun stretched out to be an entire game, he didn't mean that literally, that it was the exact same encounters presented the exact same way over and over again.
Excuse me.
He was describing Halo's core gameplay loop. He's saying that the foundation that Halo was built on before anything else was fun. Once you have a fun core gameplay loop, you can build on that by introducing new enemies and vehicles and environments and weapons and so on. But if your core gameplay is not fun, you can add whatever it is you want. You can have the greatest graphics or the best animations or whatever, but if your foundation is not fun, your game won't be great. That's what old school Bungie represented. They were, at their core, gamers who wanted to make the most fun games they could.
We are the most cynical people. Like, we are the jaded crowd who, if a game doesn't entertain us in 5 minutes, we stop playing it.
That's the mindset that allowed Bungie to create one of the greatest games ever.
But right from the start, the design of the brutes
True.
was not consistent about reinforcing that they are meant to be worthy adversaries for the player.
When I was a kid who couldn't wait for the release of Halo 3, I would wake up every morning and watch the Halo 3 VDoc, Et tu Brute, where they describe their changes to the brutes in Halo 3. Bungie did several of these for Halo 3, Halo 3 ODST, and Halo Reach. As well, the limited editions of Halo 2 and 3 contain DVDs with various extras, including behind-the-scenes documentaries for each game.
Used all that
If I
bundle
had
already.
to
That's
summarize
crazy.
the VDocs, behind-the-scenes documentaries, and developer commentaries in one word, that word would be refreshing. When you watch behind-the-scenes content and employee interviews from companies like Disney or 343 Industries, it feels fake. The whole thing just feels like marketing. Which, don't get me wrong, obviously a Bungie Halo documentary is also just marketing, but it feels real. To watch Bungie go from super excited about Halo 2 to depressed and miserable after realizing how much content they have to cut, and talking about how much it sucks and how they're working 80-hour weeks, and when you listen to those Bungie employees now, they say, yeah, making Halo 2 sucked.
It's so funny, like, the Halo 1 crunch was, you know, it was intense, but I don't have any negative memories of it at all.
No,
Halo
I don't
2,
either.
I have so many, and Halo 3, even I have some, but
It's an accurate telling of what happened. When you listen to the developer commentaries with Jason Jones, Joe Staten, and Marty O'Donnell, they talk about developing
Interesting.
each game and you learn a lot about it, but it isn't just them talking about how awesome their games are. They're joking with each other, they're pointing out errors and mistakes, talking about what was cut, and just roasting their own game.
And I love the Chief's animation there. And he like starts running away before he even knows what he's doing.
I'm going. I'm doing it.
I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going.
It's this
Shit.
that makes a quote like 30 seconds of fun impactful. You know that it's not just marketing BS. When Jamie Griesmer says that, you know he means it. When Adrian Perez talks about the difference between good enough and awesome and how good enough sucks, you know that he means it. I don't want to turn this into a 343 bash fest, but when thinking about why Halo 4 just didn't work for me when I loved all the games prior, including Reach, I think it's simply that 343 did not understand what made Bungie's Halo games great, and they didn't have the same passion for making great games. A 343 developer will talk about how great the Promethean effects are, that enemies dissolve when you kill them with a Promethean weapon. Okay, great, but for the most part, all of these Promethean weapons with cool effects are functionally just clones of other weapons. And cool, I killed a knight with a Promethean weapon and he dissolved, but that doesn't change the fact that knights are not fun to fight. I can still play the original Halo, and although aged, I think it still looks great. Halo 4 makes my eyes bleed. And to give credit to 343, even though it's entirely different people now than then, I think Infinite looks awesome. I mentioned this already, but Joe Staten decided to leave 343 Industries a few days ago. Along with this, 343 laid off about 10,000 employees.
Oh my God.
For me, Infinite did remind me of the original Halo games, and I think it was a big improvement over 4 and 5. And although I still prefer the original games, and I think Infinite just did not have enough content, the hiring of original Bungie staff like Staten, like Paul Bertone, made me think that Infinite would eventually become something great, and at the very least, it was in good hands. Now that's
Not
obviously
really.
not the case. But
That
I can
sucks.
sit here and be a pessimist and mourn the Halo franchise and talk about how horrible everything is, but I'm not really interested in that. What I do know is that old school Bungie was lightning in a bottle, and although we'll never see something like them again, during that time they created some of my favorite games ever. So regardless of what happens with future Halo titles or whatever Bungie now does with Destiny, even if they release the most god-awful things I've ever played, none of that will take away from Bungie's early greatness, and I'll still be playing.
Hopefully Bungie does. Hopefully the Destiny's good though. I've heard such mixed reviews on Destiny. Alright, I'm gonna stop though, because I'm getting tired. Okay.
And Canada, we live between.
When I
Hey,
think
yo,
of
everyone
timeless
needs to
games, I
chill.
give the same.
Someone asked me this question, so I figured you could.
Okay. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired. I've been tired all week. I get to finally actually rest. Even though I have to get up at a decent time tomorrow. But alright guys, I'm gonna call it right here. Ugh. Thank goodness. What a night. Alright, hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream though. Regardless. I know I didn't talk much, but we got to chill, we got to hang out, just wanted to watch some videos. I reacted to a little bit of stuff. But for the most part, we just hung out, we had a good time. And I hope you guys enjoyed the time we had. Alright? I'm gonna let you guys go now. Thank you so much for being here tonight, if you were here. A little bit of a Patreon bonus stream. You got to see some of the decks I played with on Snap. Then I'm gonna give Snap a break for 2 days until those new missions unlock. Well, I gotta get the current missions as well. Let's see if I can get to rank 50. That'd be crazy if I get to rank 50. But anyways, guys, I'm out of here. I'm going to bed. Thank you so much for being here. You have a wonderful rest of your night, alright? Peace.
Let me down with it. Since you feel to stay here so long, I know it's all over. But the last goodbye. Oh, let me down.